All right, what is happening, everybody? Welcome. 12 noon Central Time here in the United States. I believe JK's back in Dublin, and we're both experience what a lot of people are experiencing is a little heat wave going on and some humidity. And anyways, we're going to be doing the Angels hierarchy as introduction to the Holy Trinity with JK today. And this will likely be at least episode 1 of probably 2. So we'll see how this goes, but I'm excited about it. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you here in the live chat. Lem, Heather, we got Stack Brawley, Blunt Bitch. It's good to see you here. Fecking boiling in Scotland. Oh man, dude, it's hot in a lot of places. It's crazy what's going on up in like Canada and South Dakota and some of those places that are having fires. Lady Slipper, I think you were the first one to chime in. Welcome. It's good to see you all here, and I think it'll be a good discussion. I got the hair down, ready to rock and roll. I was getting a little nervous that JK was going to be a little late, but as always, he keeps to his word, and he is here. Are you here, JK? He's compiling.
Yes, I'm here. I'm compiling text. Just hello, everyone. Just give me 1 more minute because
all right, 1 more minute. That's no problem. I've been given the gift of gab. Angel Hoyt, 6930. Greetings. Welcome. I'm glad to have you here. This should be a good one. I've never I mean, you've heard of archangels and you've heard of like, certain hierarchies, and some of them that are discussed in certain scripture as having maybe more authority or given more responsibility, certain principalities, and doing battles. I think of Daniel and how tough it was to get to Daniel and his prayers. Some of those, I don't know what all we'll be discussing specifically. I'm going to pass over to JK once he's done compiling some information, because there were some comments I think left. One was by Carlton. We'll see what all he gets to and how he wants to confront this, but we also got some documents that he's uploaded to his Odyssey channel, which if you go down into the description, there is a link to JK's Odyssey channel where he posts a video like every once in a while, as in like every hour. I always like to make that joke because he's on there, and he's got quite the catalog of videos over on that Odyssey channel. But
yes, yeah, I am back.
He's back, everyone.
Hello, everyone again.
So, and I'm passing it over to JK now. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm very good. Thank you for asking. I'm always great. A bit hot and humid. I'm sweating my balls. No, it's pretty warm today. It's not as bad as it was before, but still pretty warm. And finally, we have some sun, because before was humid, but like a grim-ish because of the clouds, right? A lot of chemtrails every freaking single day. That's why we have plenty of clouds, right, all the time. So, yeah, you were talking about the channel. I can kind of brag, quote mark, I just breached 44,000 videos uploaded a couple of days ago.
Yeah, you should look into, not that you care, but the Guinness Book of World Records. I think you might have.
No. I already checked it. Believe me. I've seen on YouTube channel with 2 million videos or something. I think it's bot uploading or whatever.
Oh
or
yeah,
3 millions.
You would. Yeah, I don't know if they'd be able to check whether or not they got AI or a bot uploading.
Right.
Because that's definitely
something. Or they have full team of people uploading, So no, I cannot, I'm too weak for that.
I still give you the champ. I'm holding your arm up. I don't know if anybody's seen that commercial where the guy wins like something and he's had his arm up and you can't even put it down because the referee's just holding his arm. You're the champion. You win.
I'm trying, I'm not the best, but
Book of Booma Records. There you go. You won.
Look, I'm not the best, but I'm trying my best. So that's what we can only ask for,
and then always remember, and even in these documents, like JK was saying, he also posts stuff that he doesn't necessarily agree with, and who agrees with anybody 100%.
Exactly, 100%.
Individuals, but he also likes to challenge himself on what he believes. So he will post some stuff that aren't necessarily his takes, but he'll post to get maybe comments or get a discussion going, and then further the conversation.
Look, sometimes I'm even uploading videos I'm disagreeing with 99% or 1%. But why I do that? Because I challenge myself and the people who are watching videos on my channel, because I always say we should not and we cannot close ourselves in our own bubble of thoughts. We have to be exposed to different ways of perception, of things, of ways, of takes, and so on and so forth. That's how you can grow. Okay, you will disagree with those points, but yet you are still exposed to those. And maybe sometimes someone will ask you the question, like sometimes you ask me the question or mention about something. Oh, I never thought about this, right?
Right.
Because you cannot think about everything. There's no such individual in the world who can think about all questions and all things. It's freaking impossible. That's why I like to speak with people and be challenged.
Right, and there's a lot of people that come into my channel in the Synergy group that don't necessarily have the same beliefs as maybe what we have. Like, we differ on some things, of course, but overall, believing in Christ and what he did on the cross and overcoming death, those kinds of things. If you don't prescribe to them, like Blunt Bitch is saying here, it's a channel for an open mind, so people can come here and not necessarily believe these things, but hopefully have a discussion. When I look at the Bible, regardless of what you believe of it, it seems to say that Jesus hung out with drunkards and prostitutes and people that didn't necessarily have a belief in God or a strong faith, and spoke to many people that had questions and challenged him. And it wasn't people that were just following him blindly. He had his 12, or he had his little his apostles and the people that were learning from him and on the trek with him on his journey for the 3 years that he ministered. But there was challenges there. There was challenges with their own faith. There was, Peter trying to walk on water and what it meant to have faith and putting your trust in Christ, those kinds of things. I think it's beautiful when people of other faiths can come together and not be necessarily combative, but have these conversations. I think they're important. I think that discourse is what grows everybody's faith, and regardless of what you believe, I think we're all here for the right reasons. We're all here to try to encourage one another and improve the world. And if you're not, then we'll figure it out as we go. But sometimes, like I have told the story before, the first time I went to celebrate recovery and I had come to the faith in Christ, turned it away. It was a Christian rehab that I went to. They made me go to the celebrate recovery, and I caused a big old uproar in there. I hung out with all the atheists that were there at that rehab, and so I totally get it. I totally get it. I had anger in me against God, and especially against the Christian faith and the Bible and all that kind of stuff. So within reason, we can have a lot of grace for people that are going through struggles with it. And then if you just don't believe that stuff, that's fine, but you're welcome here. So anyways, with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to JK to kind of give us an idea of the roadmap we're on and to get it started here. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just want to address one more thing, because I was like trying to combine myself, and go through the TAG argument, which is transcendental argument for God, which is logic, metaphysics, all of those big things, right? Of course, it's related to the philosophy, but I came across recently on a few videos Jerry Dreyer, and he really says good things. He put in the very nice words, much better he can articulate it than I would ever be possible to do it. So I'm trying to, I kind of did already compiled some of his stuff, some of my stuff, about the transcendental argument. And people always say they use logic. If they are not biased and really look into this argument, tag, logically speaking, there is no better argument for God than this. Because if God does not exist, you don't have basis for the knowledge, for logic, for kindness. There is no point to have it, and there is no source for it in an atheistic point of view, in the world view. So maybe someday I will put it as well, like a document or something. You can even go through it, read it, and use it as let's say, talking points against atheism and brainwashing people who don't believe in God. Because I call them sheeple, sorry. Because if you look into the Albert Pike, he said himself in his many books that the idea of Freemasons is to create atheism and put atheism versus Christians, Christian versus atheism, and at the end, create one world religion. So it's coming from Masons. So it's their invention. I was talking about this before a few times. And people yet, they believe in the atheism and they believe in the scientism. Remember, science without scientific method cannot be called science. Because scientific method is a base, it's a golden rule. So, okay, nowadays, so-called science call That's observation science, like observation of celestial bodies science. No, because you cannot make an experiment, and this experiment has to it has to be possible to make this experiment by anyone and confirm it or deny it. But how you can make experiment on observation? You cannot. You have to be able to do physically the experiment. So, hello, Mirishu. I'm living in Ireland, Dublin, since quite a bit of time, like 2 decades, a bit over 2 decades.
Right, but you were just in Poland, right?
Yes, I was for holidays. I'm just building another house now, so yeah, I was looking after it, ordering stuff. Yeah, it's good progress, man. Good progress.
At some point we'd have to have a little conversation of what you think about, the whole Ukraine-Russian war and Poland's take on that and what the positioning is.
I can give you very, very quick take, and I know I'm on point. The same as Iran versus Israel, the same as Russia versus Ukraine. It's all about killing people. It's not about who will win, but the one who will win is the devil, because he's achieving his goals. He is destroying mankind through, for example, so-called men in funny hats, right? Because they are from Khazaria, right? So the point is that there are a lot of Christian Orthodox in Russia and Ukraine, and it's good for them because they believe that we are against God, against their God, right? So if we are killing each other, it's good for them. That's how it goes. They put one group of people versus another group of people. That's their agenda always.
What is just real quick? What is Poland's overall take on the Ukraine war at this point? Have they separated from wanting to help Ukraine, or have they?
No, Poland is helping. Unfortunately, helping too much. We have taken around, at this point, I believe, 3 million of Ukrainians, and a lot of them, unfortunately, making a lot of problems in Poland, going after women, stealing money. Drinking, making huge noises and so on during the nights. So they're not very good, and people are really sick of it, in Poland. So I think, and unfortunately, Polish government passed so-called quote mark law when Ukrainian is working in Poland, right? He has the right to retirement from Poland, even if he works like a 1 week or 1 day. He already has the rights to ask for retirement.
Oh my gosh, it's like what's going on in the U.S. where we're just
It's just crazy, man.
Immigrants everything that they want and more, and then sorry.
It's about mixing and destroying societies,
Yeah,
one good thing in Poland is
clergy. I think they say the clergy plan.
Clergy plan, yes, clergy plan, yeah.
Yeah. It's happening, and it's part of the devil's plan. So
it's destruction of white race through the fights, through the killing, and as well through bringing young men, youthful men from different countries, right, and mix them with the white women. So then you will have brownish race. There will be no more whites. Why? Right. The answer is very simple. Because historically speaking, only the whites were able to stand against so-called Jews. That's history. That's why they hate us, because we were only the ones. If you go through the list of 1,032 times and the 109 countries, majority of those countries, they were white countries who throw them out. 1,032 times or 1,033 times. That's the official number when the Jews were kicked out from the countries. For what? Because the countries were bad, or they were bad.
Right. And there's so much that's happened over time. I mean, they've suppressed a very highly spiritual race in the Black community. They've suppressed a very powerful and traditional Native American race. There's a lot of different tribes and stuff like that. I get that, but overall, very powerful people that could have stood up for many things, but they wiped them out and have suppressed them greatly, unfortunately. So there's a lot of takes on that. But yes, like a lot of the white races in Poland, Ireland, Scotland, these powerful cultures that have stood against some of this stuff we are now being ravaged. My heritage is mostly German.
All right.
But I got Polish and some other mixes in there, but mostly German.
Oh, nice. That's why we get well together, because you have Polish blood in you.
Yes, I do. Yeah. True, man.
That's a good stuff.
True.
I didn't know it. Thank you for
Yes.
sharing. Another thing about so-called Jews, right? Because they claim in their own Babylonian Luciferian Talmud, not Torah, Talmud, which is exactly from Babylon, right?
Right.
They claim that everyone else who is not believing in their God, now, unfortunately, before their God was the God, real God, but later they have been perverted. And now, since I believe before Christ even was on earth, their God became Baal, Moloch. That's who they worship, because they have been perverted. Right, and they believe that all of those people who are not believing their God, they are idolaters, right? So what they do, whenever they conquer any country, they always destroy all monuments, like we say about the Tartarians and so on, right? They always destroy it, every single time. Whenever they go, they always destroy it. So there is no inheritance, there is no beautiful things anymore. Only freaking new buildings, gray fucking square, right?
Right. And look, there's probably a lot of great Ukrainian people. It's the ones, like, as always, the extremists, and we have it here in the United States, like crazy, gets everywhere. But like it's on the screen here being said, I don't know how to say it, Mr. Messiu, 2009, we got a bad experience with Ukrainian Nazis. Yes, that was exposed a long time ago. The biolab confronted. I never thought Trump would have backed Ukraine harder than Biden. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And now they're sending in lots of drones and doing all kinds of stuff. But torturing whole families. And I don't know what that region is. Volnya?
Volyn, yes. They killed a lot of women, a lot of children. They were throwing children into the buildings, in the walls. And they were just beasts. Russian people are crazy. But Ukrainians, they are monsters. And I'm telling you. So UPA, UPA, and so on, Azov Battalion, all those things, they are freaking crazy. They are beasts. They are not humans. They are monsters, man, literally monsters. They were killing people, innocent people.
Right. But there's, quite the mixture, because I've seen where some of the Ukrainians have sided with Russia. I don't think you win siding with either, because it's just a genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Yes, exactly.
When it comes down to it. This is where it gets into, I think, what it's going to be interesting with the topic today, because, we hear about in the Bible about principalities of the air. Well, there's also angels involved, and the spiritual war, if you want to call it that, to a degree, going on at all times, and then it manifests into this world. So whatever's going on in the heavenlies tends to happen down here, and that's why our prayers and our connections with God and our faith is so important. It is definitely a conversation that we can have with God, and we need him now perhaps more than ever in a lot of ways, because this world is definitely going to hell in a handbasket, as they say.
Yep. You know what? We were speaking before with Booma about one man who said that I should as well take on topic related to the angelic language, right? And he provided a verse from the KJV. And that's another argument why I don't like KJV, because words over there have been changed. And I give you two verses in comparison from the KJV, Masonic, I say again, Masonic King James, who was looking over the creation of King James Bible, and Matthew's Bible by William Tyndale. So give me a second. I will give you the one. It's 1 Corinthians 13. I will drop it in the chat, and I will show you how verses look like. Because it was exactly this person. He said it to me to speak about the angelic language, right?
Carlton.
Yes. And that's the verse from the King James Bible, right? I copied that. That's exactly what I was compiling, right? So please read this verse.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal.
Yes. And now look how it looks like. It's kind of similar in Matthew's Bible, but not really.
Thought I speak with tongues of men and angels, and yet had no lu.
Love is love. You is
Love.
V.
I had no love. I were even
Yes.
as sounding brass or as a tinkling cymbal.
And you see, in the previous translation is charity, and here is love. So from my perspective, I think it's kind of parable. That's my assumption. That's how I see it. Because charity and love, not the same words, right? When you compare both of those versions, you can already see that there are differences, right? Of course.
Charity sounds like more, I mean, often attributed to something giving, like you need to be a giving person, give to
That's a good man,
church,
good woman,
give
right?
money,
Exactly.
monetary or whatever.
And love is love, right?
Right.
Which
love
is more
love.
powerful.
And what was it? Was this? This was all writing from Paul, right? Where he's talking about, I can sit here and tell you all
it's Paul, exactly.
technical
It's
terms, logic, and reasoning, but if I have not love, then I am not a man of God.
Yes, exactly. That's why I am saying it's kind of rhetorical, because he mentioned that we can speak about the angelic tongues because it kind of looks like with the tongues of men and angels, but that's not exactly about their language per se. That's what I think. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. I think that's exactly what I wrote as an answer. From my perspective, Paul was just highlighting that no matter how superb, eloquent, great, miraculous, or how extraordinary someone's speech is, without love, it is spiritually meaningless. That's what I take from this verse. Maybe I take it too far. I don't know, but that's how I feel it, how it should be read, this verse, because I think it's parable. It's not exactly per se speaking about the language of angels, right?
Right. And welcome, Jamie.
Hello,
the
Jamie.
true man of the faith, loves the Bible.
Yeah.
And I'm being sarcastic. You're definitely welcome here, sir. I appreciate it. But Jamie has quite the different take on this. So we will extend grace to Jamie.
Okay, that's what we do. I will compile this document, like a presentation, whatever, in the matter of transcendental argument. And I will ask everyone, try to get rid of your own bias and read it logically. If it's coherent, if it makes sense. Don't think there is God, there is no God. Just leave it aside. Just think about the arguments and logical arguments on its own, on the merit. And you will see, if you are honest, you cannot get to other conclusion than there has to be God. Because from my perspective, it's one of the best, if not the best argument for God. So probably I will create this document, maybe in a week or something, and I can share it with you, Booma, you can post it somewhere or whatever.
Do it also in love, though, sir.
Yes. Right. Let's go back to this language because I didn't finish this topic yet. And so what I wrote as well, it was, we do not know in what language angels are speaking and as their native language, right? And I said that I do not recollect any verse from the Bible speaking about it. If I miss something, and if you remember, if you know any verse Bible which speaks about the language of the angels, please put it in the chat. I will really appreciate it. I don't think there is, but that could be wrong, right? Exactly with the language of angels, it was John Dee, and that's when I wrote this because I wasn't sure. I didn't have time to check it. It was John Dee and Edwin or Edward Kelly. I can't remember if it was Edwin or Edward. I just can't remember. One of those. They came up with this Enochian language. They have created and developed it, It was from them. And it was somewhere in 15th, 16th, or 17th century. I just can't remember when it was exactly. I just remember they were those two, they were responsible for creation of this language. That's why today people, even Christians, they think that the angel are speaking Enochian language. Nope, because of repetition. If you repeat lie enough times, people will start believe it. And that's how they deceive us, unfortunately. That's why it's always worth to check even things we are nearly sure about or we are sure about. Because and later you just, oh shit, I was lied to, you know. You can't even imagine how many times I came to this conclusion, because I was convinced about some things that no, it's definitely 100% true. I know it back and forward. And then when I look into it, oh shit, they lied to me, you know. And I was weak because they lied to me. I didn't have enough balls to go and check it on my own because I trusted, you know, because this world is run on trust. That's why everywhere is contract and trust. That's from where you have this phrase.
Speaking a little fast, my friend.
All right.
I want to get this clear.
When I am always, you know, in my thing, I always start speaking faster. You know it, right?
Right. You get a little excited. It's all good.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify. So these guys are attributed to creating the Enochian language.
Yes.
And that is not good.
No, because we were lied to that the language of angels is called Enochian, and they came up with the name and this deception. And I'm telling you, a lot of Christians is convinced that the angelic language is Enochian language, which is freaking total BS.
Do you know anything about this? What Jamie's saying? These two created a book with pages of human skin, print of blood.
I knew that they were in occult. Yes, 100%. I'm not sure if there was skin. I trust you. I have reasons not trust you, but yeah, I know they were involved heavily in the occult, 100%. So that wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
Woo! That's important to take into consideration. Dang, man.
It's a good knowledge. Good knowledge. Thank you for sharing.
It might have been the language of the fallen angels.
So, look, I really don't believe that there is. Look, I could be wrong, right? But I don't think so. There is anywhere in the Bible mentioned any verse, whatever, about the angelic language per se, what's called, and I don't know, alphabet or whatever. I don't think so that it exists. Of course, we have it plenty in from Hollywood, right? They use a specific language and so on. They say like a radio, sounds like a radio supposedly. But I just never found it anything in the Christian literature about it. Of course, I don't know everything, so maybe there is some mention, some detail somewhere, but generally, I never seen anything related to the Enochian language from the Christian literature. Yeah, and I mentioned as well that those guys, because they were in the occult, they were using scrying mirrors, right? And those mirrors, in majority cases, in most cases, they are black mirrors, right? And that's what I know. I think it's opaque. They're made from the opaque, right? Or similar. But today, when you look on your phone, it exactly reminds me of the scrying mirrors. Because when you switch off your phone, it's freaking exactly black and looks like a freaking mirror. Just to think about, just to think one thing to ponder about, right? And as I told you multiple times, I never had, I don't have, and I never will have smartphone. As simple as that.
It's my channel. I can do what I want. So yeah, I'm having some jerky. I don't plan to be like Mr. Professional here with like a studio and all that stuff.
I'm itching to say something.
My friend JK, as if we're in the living room and I'm enjoying myself some jerky. So
I'm itching to say something. Booma. You know what? Take it out, jerk it off.
All right, taking it to the next level. Talking about angels here, people.
Right.
Where else do you get this, right?
Sorry about that, but it just came to my mind.
Nice music coming into the church setting where everybody's gonna have nice hair, trimmed beard. They ain't gonna have what I got going on here for the most part. They'll be looking good, maybe unless you show up in an Amish situation. I don't know what they do there. Yeah. But anyway, man eating jerky up on the stage.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find that. So welcome everybody. This is a different style, little mixture of real with a search for truth. No! What's up, Lulu?
Hello, everyone who came later. my greetings at the very beginning. So hello to everyone again. Right, let's go maybe to the subject of the matter, right?
Who's Shiv?
Because we have already spent half an hour, as we always do. We go on a tangent about different topics and subjects, right? That's why all those topics, like Enoch, had 4 parts, right? Because there's always something different in between.
Gone. It's gone.
Right. Okay. So mainly this presentation will be about the angels hierarchy, or you can call it as well angelic hierarchy. It's kind of connected to the Holy Trinity, and I will show you how. Of course, we know that the Holy Trinity was before angels, because angels are created, right? They are not forever and ever, like God and the Holy Trinity, but there is huge connection, and I will show you how it exactly looks like in a matter of this hierarchy. It's pretty interesting, even the wording, the groups, it's all showing Trinity, right? And later, when we have enough time, I think it will be in the second part, because I don't think so I'll be able to squeeze everything just in one part in a matter of angels hierarchy. So I think, because we were speaking with the Booma before, I suspect that probably I will finish this whole topic during second stream, but probably we'll have more time. So if you like it, I can start with the Holy Trinity, because this I treat it as a introduction to Holy Trinity, and later I can expand and go from this smoothly from this topic to the Holy Trinity itself. And you are speaking with Booma. What you think? If it would be a good idea to bring someone who is oneness, who is atheist, or who claims who is Christian but not believe in the Holy Trinity, and bring him to the stream and bring verses and show him from the Bible, from the verses, that there is a Holy Trinity, and wait for his reaction. Just reading and waiting for reaction. What do you think, guys?
Right. Jamie, what do you consider your faith? You have a very interesting take on many things. You just believe in a creator. You don't want any probably title, I'm assuming. Enoch and the Sumerian Enki. And then we have some people that believe that we are all God, kind of in my opinion, a new age, a cult kind of a way.
Yes,
but
100%.
I believe that. And don't take offense. It's just the way that I have looked at that, because I've partaken in Eckhart Tolle. I got into some of the Eastern religions. All is God. This is God. If you believe in air, if you believe in rocks, if you believe in what all is here, that is all God. Now it all came from God, but there's perversions and inversions that happened, and that's why there's a fall also. So I don't know, man.
I agree with you.
That's a little bit tough, but right. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't believe in the Trinity. I would say a lot of them don't, right? Like the Christians, like the Mormon and all that kind of stuff, that try to claim to be Christian, but they ain't Christian.
But they have Bible which has been created centuries later, right? Centuries. They're not based their knowledge, biblical knowledge, in a Septuagint, LXXX, Greek, right? Old manuscripts, because they have invented it. It's just a watchtower, and so on, right? So it's total BS. It's invented, perverted, and changed. That's why I claim, and I never will stop claiming that the old so-called denominations are creations of devil to deceive people and create confusion. There's only one Christianity, which is Holy Trinity: God the Father, God the Son, Holy Spirit. That's it. There's nothing else.
Pretty sure we've been over Genesis, and God created all, so I don't know where this comes from, but the expanding waters, is that what you're getting at?
No. Psycho channel, you assume, you read into it. I can go with you through the Genesis, and water was created during the creation itself, during the act of creation itself. So if not details are not mentioned specifically, small step by small step, it is kind of just mentioned in a general way. So you assume, because it's not mentioned, it means it doesn't exist. Okay, this way, if computers are not mentioned in the Genesis, it means they do not exist? No, man, that's the wrong way of thinking. It doesn't need to be very specific, very detailed. You can get to the conclusion that the water was created during the act of creation itself. It's very simple. Really, it's not rocket science.
Yeah. We'll have to get into that sometime. We will do more panels, but we're going to focus here on the angels. Where do the angels come in first in the Bible? In Genesis, are they discussed there?
To be honest, I don't remember where they are mentioned for the first time.
Right.
That's a good question. I never came up to this against this question, so no idea. Anyone knows where they are mentioned for the first time? I think Genesis, because God created heavenly bodies, right? So that would be my assumption, that heavenly bodies, right? So there are angels included in it. So I would say Genesis, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right. I mean, that's where we'll have to get into some of this, because the angels, I would assume, watched creation, because
yes,
a third of the angels fell.
Yeah, they watched creation and they applauded God. They were happy. They were singing for God during creation. Yeah. So, right. Let's go to the hierarchy itself. Right. So, look. Let's go this way. Back in the days, I have looked quite a bit into the angels hierarchy, whatever you want to call it. I knew I had it somewhere in my files, but took me more time than I was really expecting, to spend on it. And I was looking for the different files for someone to upload the video. I found 3 PDFs, which I have sent to. Did I send it to you, or you found it on my channel, Booma? Because I can't remember.
I just pulled them up. You mentioned them in an email.
Oh, right. So yes, because I knew that we have this topic today, I specifically uploaded them because I kept them separated, because I didn't want to go through again through my disk,
Do you want me to find it.
Yes. So I put it aside, and I uploaded specifically for this reason, for this conversation today. So I have 3 PDFs file. I don't agree with everything in them, but they are pretty good, to be honest. They are pretty accurate. Not 100%, but they are accurate from my perspective anyway.
You see the one that I'm showing here on the screen first?
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want these, I'm going to go ahead and just put them in the chat right now if you want to grab them. And remember, we're not saying that these are 100% or anything like that. They're just,
but they are pretty accurate. There are some nuances between them. Even they disagree between each other. So, look, we can believe one thing or another thing, right? How we can know? Only God knows. We can really only assume and use logic, our own limited logic, to figure it out which possibly could be wrong, could be right. But yeah, mainly they are very similar with the small nuances. So not big issue, right?
Right. Here's another one that I got. I'll put all these into the chat for you guys if you want to save them in a different tab, or however you guys want to do it. Depends, I guess. It's a little bit tougher when you're on a phone, but I'm gonna get these in the
so mainly when I found those documents, and I remember I had some notes, I have combined it with some additional research, because I want to check if there are some changes, maybe something new, maybe some old documents found, right? And maybe some discovery, maybe some better descriptions of the words, which would change the meaning of phrases, right? So mainly I just combined all this knowledge, right, for you guys related to the angels hierarchy, which I exactly researched again recently to be sure, for this presentation, that I don't make a huge mistakes, right? Like, oh, he's wrong, he's telling bullshit, whatever. People always cling to one thing they can find, and they tell you, oh, you made a mistake, your whole presentation is wrong. I know some people operate this way, but I truly don't mind,
We got a lot of people in the chat that have varying different beliefs, and I'm glad to have you here. Honestly, we don't need a cult following where everybody's just like, yes, amen, amen, amen. It drives me nuts.
Yeah. So whatever I tell you, don't trust me. That's what I'm saying is truth. Just look in it on your own, and then you can figure it out. Okay, maybe I was wrong, maybe I was right. Look into it. It's pretty interesting topic, huge topic. There are multiple books written about this subject. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Look into it. I really encourage you. I have spent quite a bit of time. I remember first time I did it maybe like 30 years ago, researching this topic. And later I totally forgot about it, Then we were start speaking with Booma, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe we can do this presentation. It came up as well with the Satan short season, right? And Fall of the Angels. It's all freaking mingled together. It's all combined, right? All right, okay. Let's go to the specific subject of the matter, right? So we have angels hierarchy, which is exactly called Dionysian. Dionysian hierarchy. And sometimes people call it as well angelology, the same as a demonology, right? It's very similar. For example, the Book of Demonology was written by who? By King James himself. He was speaking about demons, right? Kind of praising them as well. A very interesting lecture. So if guy is praising demons and then he's writing, he's looking over the writing Bible, I don't know if you should really trust this guy, That's my take on it, right? What are you checking now? Yeah, I'm speaking about cherubim, yes.
Believed to be the first mention of angels in the Bible is Genesis 3:24.
Flaming sword, right? Yeah. No, but I think they're not going deep enough. I think that they are going here to a specific verse which they mention about the angels. But logically speaking, when God created Earth and the angels were happy with that and singing, it means He created them as well. So there should be much earlier than just placing the flaming sword. Logically speaking, from our perspective, right?
Interesting. I mean, that's what you'll get online or whatever. The first time an angel appears in the narrative and actively interacts with a human.
That's why I don't really trust AI, because it just gives you some bullshit,
Right, but the first time so here it says the first time an angel interacts with a human is Genesis 16:7.
Okay, interaction.
The angel of the Lord appears to Hagar in the wilderness to comfort her. I don't know. I'm sad by Hagar. Is that how you say her name?
Hagar or Agar, depends.
Hagar, and comfort her and instruct her to return to Sarai.
And the Hagar exactly is a bloodline of Ishmaelites, which includes so-called people which we call today Jews and the Muslims. They are from Hagar, and Hagar was not woman of the promise. I believe Sarah was woman of the promise from God. So Hagar was not of the promise. So-called Jews and so-called Muslims are not God's chosen people, because as I mentioned before, only the one who is follower of Christ is Abrahamic seed, which means there's only one Abrahamic religion, the one who follows Christ. That's only one, and really only one, Abrahamic religion. But yet, majority of people think that so-called Jews and Muslims, they are Abrahamic religion. No, they never were. They still are not.
Dang, man, I think we got more people in here that don't believe the way that you'll likely be teaching.
It's good.
Interesting. All right. Well, while you chat, I am going to continue to partake in
Psycho channel. You assume that what happened because it comes.
And I do what I want to.
Yeah, I have to just address Psycho channel. He's bringing, stuff which was propagated by the Masons, Luciferians, New Agers, and so on about the Lilith, right? That she was the first wife of Adam. I know this bullshit. I've heard it before, So no, Thor inside, you totally misunderstand the providence and the free will, 100%. You misunderstood that. So because there is free will and we have capacity to do evil things because of free will, God cannot create evil. Now you are mixing two aspects of God, feminine and the masculine, which is feminine is Shekinah, which is Babylonian BS. God is He. He does not have female aspect. And you are doing that because you are repeating Talmudic bullshit. Sorry about that. You're incorrect. I know one thing or two about this. and I can speak with you about this for hours. And I know you won't be able to convince me other way around because I know too much about this shit. Sorry about that. Right, let's go back to the hierarchy. So we have levels of angels, right? I give you all the names. I copy that and paste. So you will see all the, let's say, levels in the hierarchy. Levels is quote mark, right? Not per se level. So we have Seraphim, Cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, and angels. That's from the top to bottom. And people very often think that the archangels are on the very top. No.
Seraphim are on the top. This is from top to bottom.
Yes. Wow. Okay. So, for example, Lucifer, he was cherubim and seraphim. He was in the closest circle to God, right? He was very close to God. He was even above the thrones, right? That's important thing to think about. That's why he was so close. That's why he was so cherished by God. And it was his demise because pride and his ego put him down, right? He had a free will. Do you remember before I mentioned about the 1/3 of angels, all celestial bodies came to earth with the Satan? They have fall like a lightning from the sky, right? It was exactly moment when 1/3 of angels.
I don't know where you get your information, but I mean, like they had a choice. That's why some
of them. It's in the Bible. I can find for you a verse if you wish. God gave angels free will. That's why if angels rebel, they cannot be forgiven because they already knew what will happen, what's the repercussion. Yes, it's called fall. They were thrown away. Yes.
Hey, if they get thrown, then they be fallen too.
Yes, that's just you praying. You're doing foreplay. Don't do that, man. You're better than that.
We're not attacking. We're not attacking. You have your belief. We love it. It challenges.
Yeah. And okay, so if you are going this way, tell me in 2 ways why angels are called fallen angels. There are 2 ways specifically. Why they are called fallen angels?
They fall from grace.
Yes. And the second,
they're no longer in the grace of God. They're no longer with God. They're
and second physical fall. Yes, so you know it, but this guy probably didn't. Yeah. All right. So that's all of the 9 levels. Let's say that's in hierarchy, exactly from top to bottom. Seraphim is in the very top. Angels, guardian angels on the very bottom, right? Because guardian angels, I speak about it later. Don't want to go ahead of myself. Right. So mainly we have 9, I would say, angelic choirs, and they are grouped into the 3 distinct hierarchies, as well known as a Trinitarians. Right. So you have 3 trees, right? And what's 3 trees? Do you know what's 3 trees?
The Booma. Trees?
3 trees. What's
3
that?
Trees.
Yes. What's that?
I don't know, man. You're speaking Polish.
No.
3? Are you saying 3 trees?
Yes, 3 trees. Yeah. What's that?
Like a tree, like a pine tree kind of thing? Or
yeah. Yes.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy tree. I don't know. Yeah. What are the 3?
3 trees. It's small forest.
3 trees in a small forest.
It is small forest, yeah.
A small forest. Okay.
Because people usually say, "Was 3 trees? It's 9." Yeah. It's a wordplay, just silly thing. I pick it up from Irish people, you know.
I only have a little Polish in me, all right. But I listen to guys like that are Irish and that are Scottish, and they have all these different accents, and they say that their T's are always very different. Trees.
What I'm saying,
there are. Where's the R?
What is R?
Need add a little Spanish to your trees. Your trees.
Trees. That would be rather Russian or something.
Right. Ireland. Tree is 3 for Ireland. Yes, that's what it is. Irish people will say instead of 3, it's tree.
Yeah.
Exactly. Conor McGregor knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds.
Yeah. or 30 minutes.
13 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, they won't tell you fuck off. They will tell you fuck off. Yeah. Fuck off.
Right.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that?
But to be honest, it makes sense because in English language, right, in English spelling, when you have letter U, it would be easier and much easier for everyone. Fuck yeah. It would be much easier for everyone if you would pronounce letter U. So that's why it would be fuck off, not fuck off. Yeah. Why you pronounce A if there is letter U? So in a way, Irish English is kind of easier to understand sometimes, in some cases.
That's an Italian thing too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I am but uneducated English speaking American. White, as a matter of fact. They hate me. They want me dumb. Why spend what do you spend your time doing? You spend your time in here opposing that which we're talking about, which you seem to object to, and therefore you are contradicting what you're attempting to do, I guess.
No, Torin,
against this.
That's not his plan. His plan for everyone is to be saved. But because we have free will, you are mixing two basic concepts, and that's why you come to the very, very, very wrong conclusions, because you are assume that his plan that people be suffering. No, his plan is 100% opposite to your claims. Read the Bible, then you understand.
And I heard that clearly. And assume had two S's.
As you, me, yeah.
Ask you. And then there's
you're making an ass of me, right? As you me.
Right. All right, on with the show.
So it's kind of, for me, it's very interesting, this fact, that the angels hierarchy is divided into those three trinities, and as well they are called, how? Triads. Again, Trinity, right? Like you have triads in China, right? Mafia and so on. It's kind of similar word to it, right? For example, so you have those three triads, right? So I will give you exactly how they look like, because I have made notes of it as the first triad, and they are always divided 3, 3, 3, and 3, right? Torin, I won't be just responding to you, because that's not a debate panel, it's presentation. But if you want, we can have a debate. So you can challenge me as much as you want. I will bring verses, but probably disagree, because I assume you are not Christian. So I will have to have legs to stand on, because I will have documents confirming what I claim, and you will only provide assumptions. I know from where you come from, so I know how the debate will look like already, So I'm not mean. I'm not mean.
It would be interesting to have a PSYOP channel and Thorn Inside. PSYOP channel, you show up a lot, and a lot of I think you're a part of the Synergy group too and stuff like that. I do appreciate you being here. Don't get me twisted. Jamie, U3 versus JK. Fight!
Yeah. Look, I might sound harsh, I really don't give a FCK, when people say BS, I just like to bash them a bit, and make a fun of them. That's who I am. Don't take it personally, even if you feel like,
Right. And I'm sober now, but it's like being in the pub where you're just joshing one another and you're just egging it on. Now, if you have a little bit too much or get a little bit too passionate about your side, then there's a fight. Sure. Okay. But we're just teasing a little bit. Obviously, we have the power position here, so I don't want anybody to feel attacked. But we are trying to have a little bit of fun at the same time.
Stack, I won't be bashing them too much. I will a bit to make some jokes, but I won't do it too much, because they'll be mad, and they'll be they'll be start doxing me. I have a few doxers in my life, so I try to avoid it. I don't want to have more, because it's starting getting out of control. I don't need more of this BS in my life.
Right, Jamie,
what are very easy triggered.
What is your confirmation of truth? Please put it in the chat. Thank you, sir. No disrespect.
My confirmation of truth is the only one truth is God. There is no other truth than God. Other than this, other than God, everything, literally everything is speculation. Even now what we are talking about is speculation. Everything. The only truth, sole truth, is God. There is no other truth than God. As simple as that.
And this has been happening since the beginning of time. The Nephilim, fucking Nephilim, man, started with that, and everybody's got some Nephilim DNA in them. Unfortunately, that's the corruption of this flesh world, the corporeal world. Yes, I know this, and I hate it, and that's why I say all of this discussion, while I believe it's super important to have these discussions, knowing what is really going on, the depravity and the disgusting bullshit that is taking place in this world, how are we not called to fight against that? And you do that by well, there's love, like we were talking about earlier, that has to reign, and then there's authenticity, so everybody gets to be their self, be your authentic self. Love that. But I think everybody here can agree with you, Thorn Inside, that this is really happening. This is legit happening. I don't understand why God allows it to the levels and degrees that is allowed.
You know why?
You'll have your take, and I'll let you finish in a moment here. But I agree with you, though. That is ultimately why I started this channel, was to fight human trafficking, to fight the depravity and the corruption. I have biscuits that I'm working with, and until the treason is remedied, there is really no justice at all. And will it be? Not by the people in power. No freaking way they're going to do it. It's going to be up to us. So here we are. Well, ultimately, it'll be God, I do believe, at some point stepping in. But we are witnessing what it is like in a fallen world where God is not. God is everywhere, but God is allowing what happens in a fallen world. I do believe we are witnessing.
He's allowing.
Because for all eternity, this experience will prove to us why it is awful and horrible to not be one with our loving Creator.
Let's make a little bit thinking, right? If God, let's assume God gives us free will, right? Because I think everyone assumes that he has free will, right? He and she. Okay, let's say it's fact, right? We have free will. Let's assume it comes from God, not at atheistic point of view. Right, so we have free will. It means we have capacity to do evil things, right? So if you have this capacity and we do those evil things, then evil is surrounding us, right? Now, if God will each single time limit our possibility to do bad things, evil things, would you still have free will? You would not, because you will be limited. That's not freedom. It's as simple as that.
I do believe God withdraws from some situations, like from what I understand, when Jesus bared all the sins, some depict it or some translate it or interpret it as God could not be in the presence of Christ with all that sin because God is not of sin. So Christ took it on, and that's why we're getting into the Holy Trinity, why there is 3 parts in one. But yeah, I think that God does. That's why God is in heaven, where there is no sin. No sins allowed there. And when it happens, it is cast out.
God, Jesus, took on his earthly body the sin of the earth. That's my understanding. Because God himself cannot be tainted as with the evil, right? But you have to remember that God Jesus is both God and human the same time simultaneously, right? So I assume, that's my suspicion, that the God in the body of Christ has taken the evil things on his earthly body. That's my assumption.
So you believe in reincarnation there, Jamie? All right. Go ahead and continue on.
Right. Because we spent nearly 1 hour and we barely started, man.
But anybody listening as just a podcast style, just know, since you can't see the live chat and what's being shown on the screen, there's a lot of opposition to what is being taught here, and we welcome it. Welcome everybody.
Okay, do you trust Jamie Robbins, Booma? We can take Jamie Robbins.
I like Jamie. I really do.
All right. Trinity is bunk. All right. So we can make a presentation. I'll be bringing verses from the Bible, and
he won't see your scripture as authority. That's where these discussions do, because I don't.
So what
I
he
asked
believes in
maybe
then?
where he gets his, and it was more like almost like he was giving back. I don't think it was a parable, but it was almost like a philosophy or something like that. Like,
So is he Christian? Does he believe in God? Is he atheist?
he believes
Is he
in a prime
Gnostic?
creator, as he said earlier.
Prime creator. So is only one prime creator, one and only. It's God, Christian God. What do you disagree with then?
And Jimmy does believe in reincarnation outside this realm. The wicked return back here. Oh, so only the wicked return back here. Who makes that decision and why? Where do you get that authority?
Yeah.
Interesting. So that's some of the stuff that would be interesting to have the discussion about.
That's, all based on assumptions. I always look for the evidence supporting such claims. There is no evidence supporting such claims. That doesn't exist. It's only assumption. I can tell you what I think about the reincarnation. From my perspective, from the biblical point of view. From the biblical point of view is that the demons can put thoughts, memories, pictures in your head. So from my point of view, all those people who claim they have been reincarnated, they have been influenced by demons as a reincarnation, and then they claim they have been reincarnated. That's my take on it.
Right. And what Carlton's pointing out here, if the dead rise not, our faith is in vain. Absolutely. If you can prove that the resurrection did not happen, then you've destroyed everything about our faith.
Yep.
The New Testament is
I agree with that.
null because there's many claims being made in the New Testament about Christ rising and then also being present in front of 500.
Yep.
And you're talking about a very verbal humanity at the times, much smaller than what we have as far as the numbers go today, but with different memory abilities and the ability to then tell those stories to others that witnessed.
Yep.
What the telling is, a risen Christ. Then you have that being spread all over. And the more they persecuted Christians, as the term became, which I believe was initially a slang term to throw them down or to put them down as if it was a bad thing and they embraced it. That's my understanding. Don't know if that's true. Either way, the more they persecuted those that believed in the risen Christ, the more the faith grew. Now that alone is freaking powerful.
That's even one more thing more powerful than that. Questions to the old atheists, to all atheists in the channel, in the chat. Can you provide for us, from the history that someone lied about something, he knew it's a lie, and he was willing to die for this lie? I'm not talking about the modern spies who are trying to do it, and it's like a so-called greater good quote mark. Right? I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about normal common people who were lying about something. They knew it was lie, and they were willing to die for this lie. From logical point of view, everyone lies to won't be killed. So please provide for us this example. Someone knew he was lying. He knew it was lie, and he was willing to die for this lie. I'm waiting.
Yep. There's no greater love than
give them 1 minute,
life
okay?
down for
give them
your
1
friend.
minute, Dorian.
Yeah, no greater love than laying one's life down for their friend, for their loved one, for what they believe in. Much, and I agree with you on the sense that the vast majority of religion and belief systems are for the purposes of control.
Yeah, I agree.
But I believe that that's exactly what Christ came here to defeat.
Yep.
And was to stand against all of that.
Christ was not religious. He did not follow the religious claims, what they were, then, for example.
Luciferianism. You believe the snake told the truth.
Snake perverted the truth. He wasn't even snake. That's another misnomer, another problem, because cherubim and seraphim are serpent-like. They're not serpent per se, but people think that the Satan was snake, like going on the. It's wrong. It's just wrong.
And don't take this wrong. I'm not accusing you, but that is exactly what the Masons will teach.
Yeah.
At the higher levels. That Lucifer brought gnosis. That Lucifer brought the light. But it's false light.
It is.
Because it's all built on lies. All they do is lie and corrupt. And that is the very mechanism that is in control in this world, that have that kind of belief that that God is a tyrant that lied. And that the truth is being bared by Lucifer or the snake or whatever you want to call him, or her, or it. I don't know, whatever you want to take, but damn.
You see, Psyop channel, to you, Satan does not even need to lie. He only needs to plant a seed. You start question things, and then you're coming to the wrong conclusion, because the seed will grow and grow and grow. It will be feeded, watered all the time. That's how it goes in your case, because you believe, you start question things which they are obvious, and now you're getting the wrong conclusions. Unfortunately, I can tell you that Satan is working on you, and he's doing a pretty good job, unfortunately.
Very interesting group that we have here. God bless you all.
Very
all right,
diverse.
We got to what did you get to 3? You're going through the levels of the angels.
Sorry, say again.
Let me get back to. So we got to the Seraphim and the Cherubim as thrones, and then we got into dominions, virtues, powers, and then we got into principalities, archangels, and angels.
That's 3 trinities, 3 triads, 9 quote mark levels, right? The full hierarchy, right? Right. I can tell you that there are many roles and overlays, many more than I will present, and I provide in this presentation. I give you some examples. I don't want to go too deep into it, because it's really very confusing. Even for me, I've gone through it through a few years, and it's still confusing me, who is what, why he's called this, but he's doing this role, and so on and so forth. So I give you just a few examples, like Michael, for example. Okay, I get there later. So I have only chosen the most known, which people are aware of, right? So I'll be speaking about those. If you want to get deeper into it, really, I encourage you. But it will be confusing for you. For me, was definitely. If you want to have much more detailed knowledge in this matter, you can look much deeper into this topic, and I really, really encourage you to do that on your own. I would kindly suggest to do that, and you can use, for example, for this purpose, it's called Celestial Hierarchy, and I put it in my notes. It was the Colestic Hierarchia. It was written by the Pseudo-Dionysius Areopagite. I will give you the name.
Welcome, Debbie. Found it.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's the one. And it was written by this guy. That was his name. Right. I put the note in because it's just too hard for me to freaking spell it, So I had to have it because I would definitely butcher it, Right. So all of those 9s, again, don't quote me this. I'm saying levels because they are not just hierarchy, right? It's not exactly level. Kind of is, but not per se, right? It's a bit confusing. You can't just say this is first level, second level. That's not how it goes, because they intermingle with each other on multiple levels, and top one with the bottom one or before last one. So you can't really say per se there are levels. They are not. Just we use it to easily understand the topic, right? So the Seraphim, Cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, and angels, right? And exactly in this book, Celestial Hierarchy, they were, to be honest, pretty well described. What?
Multiple historians that were not Christians wrote about.
Even by atheists.
Christ. Yes.
I give later examples. I have a list of them. Even quotes what they've said. Even atheists.
Josephus is one of them, but I know that there's a couple others.
Oh man, there's plenty. I have listed most of them of most known.
And it benefited none of them to even mention that there was a man that walked that was named Jesus. He had many followers. It benefited none of those historians to speak that because they had no faith in him.
I forgot to mention. So anyone has this example from the history that someone was lying, he knew he was lying, and he was willing to die for the lie? No examples. So now please explain why
Go
11.
cry about it, Psyop channel. I will see you again because I know you're hooked up with synergy. But I said no. I said what you were saying is the same thing that Masons will say.
Yes,
I said I am not accusing you. So cry all you want, like a little you know what, but you'll be back. Goodness gracious. Are you a man or what?
Helena Blavatsky. She was the one of main two characters who created New Age, and she was actually speaking this bullshit, and she was in the feminine masonry because they are female and for male. People think it's only for the males. No, as well for the females, covenants, and for the witches as well. So yeah, Helena Blavatsky. Look into her. I put my hands on the full Helena Blavatsky, which is Masonic book. Even Masons do not have access to the Helena Blavatsky full books. I was lucky. I had it. I won't be speaking about this, but no, I just won't tell you what was there. It's not the knowledge I should share, to be honest. It's fucking dark, I can tell you that. I won't be speaking about this shit.
Who is it?
Helena Blavatsky.
Blavatsky.
Yeah. So I had access to full book because even Masons on 33rd level, they don't have access to this. I was lucky. I won't tell you the situation, but I put my hands on it. On her two books, full versions again.
Right.
It's fucking dark as fuck.
Blavatsky, but I've only dabbled in it, and it's just like I can't even. I don't know.
Right. Let's go.
And I don't take it as disrespectful at all, Jamie. You're expressing yourself how you believe. That's fine with me. When Psyop channel just accused me of accusing him of a Luciferian, when I stated clearly that I was making no accusations, I was pointing out the fact that what he was saying was exactly the kind of things the Masons say, that God lied, but the snake told the truth. That is the occult message. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't accuse him because I don't know the depths of what he is speaking about, and it's in text. But if he wants to go ahead and now this is all live, documented, and say one thing that is not true based on exactly how I confronted that, that is the issue we have. If somebody can't even take what I prefaced before I said what I said, and they say that I said what I didn't say, fuck that motherfucker. Not forever. Come on, bro. Are you like I don't get along with my best friend in a lot of ways, and we talk some shit, but good lord.
That's the main way,
to
say shit to each other. That's our way. Women won't do that. Won't do this way, But we, as a man, we say shit to each other constantly. So,
right.
if you can't,
too. I can't stand the flat Earth stuff. We've talked some shit about that, and then I don't know. I mean, I got into the creationist stuff, so we disagree on that. But at the same time, I don't fully know. I don't even know if I know, or if I think that I've even come to a conclusion on certain things, like the flat Earth. I just think that they want us talking about certain things, and they're not beneficial.
They do exactly. They do. That's true as well. So there is agenda behind it. So because it's a subject who is dividing people. So even if it's true from my perspective, it's still being used for their own gain because it's dividing the society, right? So, but still, I prefer to say the truth, and everyone will hate me than openly lie. And I know I'm lying, and I'll be still spreading lies. No, I'm not doing that. If I know genuinely something is true, I will share it with everyone and anyone I can.
Yes, I don't want to engage in stuff that just distracts. If it's a salvation issue and stuff like that,
give me a second.
What was that?
I have phone call, so I just need a few minutes.
Oh, the Polish president is calling to get a word from JK. That's probably not a good thing, right? Is it Polish? What is Poland? What do they have? They have a prime minister, a president, or just a no? What do they call their puppet? We better not go there. Where's Cross Lake? I don't know. He nailed it. Anything that creates division, right? And some of these discussions, I think that are just this one is important because there's a lot of discussion about whether or not the Holy Trinity is legit. 3 in 1. People can't wrap their minds around it, or they say it's BS. So we're having a conversation that is going to lead to that. So I thought that this one was important. But yes, I like the bantering. I like the discourse, Jamie. I don't know why Psyop Channel. He's been around for so long. I don't know why all of a sudden he had a little fit and ran away. Maybe he's just having a day though. But if he goes and cries in the Telegram channels, then that's going to become a problem. I hope that's not the case. Carlton, Jeremiah 19:5. They have built also the high places of Baal to burn their sons with fire for burnt offerings unto Baal, which I command not, nor spake it, neither came it into my mind. Yes, the stuff that is going on, the abominations, that is not from God. That is from the gods of this world that are the fallen angels. That is led by the ones that were thrown out of heaven. There's some little G's, the prince of the air, whatever you want to say. That's the way I look at it anyways. But at the same time, I've opposed it too. God has made me very angry at times when I think about some of the stuff that is going on that Carlton is pointing out. It is not of God, but it is hard to understand why God allows so much. Yet, I think all things will be made new and all things will be redeemed. Right. When we have these open discussions, so many different things come up that are on people's minds at the time. That's why we don't script these things. It's not a segment where I have JK on and he has 10 minutes to say everything that he's going to say. And I'm going to ask him questions. And then it's like, well, we go on to a sponsor. F that. Come on, man.
All right, I'm back. I had a small emergency. One of people from my group needed help. So yeah, sorted. I needed to freaking run to the door.
Should we pay attention to the things that are going on in the world? Did you just make a big call? Did you push a red button?
Yeah, blow up everything, right?
JK is a very important man. Who knows what just happened?
Sorry, I was distracted. My housemate. Say it again, please.
Well, I was just making a joke about how someone very powerful called you and that you made a judgment call that is going to change the world.
Oh, I wish I would have such power. I don't.
I do believe that there's an unholy Trinity, Jamie. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's the one that you speak of that you believe is the Trinity, but I believe that there is a very unholy Trinity.
There is unholy Trinity, yes.
Of the Holy Trinity that is of God and of truth and of love and of light, true light. And then there's the unholy Trinity that is Satan's deception.
Yes. Which is exactly split devil into Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub. So it's like a reversion of Holy Trinity, right? Because there's God the Father, and Satan is father of lies. Christ is light bearer, and Lucifer is light bringer, who is bringing the false light. And you have the same amount of names for the Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Spirit of Sepulchre, my witness, and so on and so forth. And you have the same amount of names for the Beelzebub, Baal, and so on and so forth. It's exactly reversion. What was that? I missed it.
Well, I disagree, Lady Slipper, in the sense that if JK wanted to say all that he had to say, he would need 10 hours and talk just as fast as he would if he was trying to cram something into 10 minutes. But in 10 minutes, he could say more than most. I
can definitely know that, but probably you won't be able to understand what I'm talking about if I would really switch on my last gear.
AI is not advanced to the level that they could figure out what they would have said.
AI will shit itself.
AI will start crying and melt itself. That'll be the way to take it down. JK will speak truth so fast that the AI will just internally combust and destroy itself.
Yeah, and usually on getting into the topic I'm very passionate about, then I know I'm speeding up with my talks. So that's why Dorian you're stopping me, which I really appreciate. It's like shit, I need to slow down.
We're trying to have a good time here. I know some people get a little turned off because they just want the answers. And I make sure that after we finish all these lives now, I have found a way to create chapters. And so when you want to just get to certain specific topics that are right on the topic of what we're discussing in these videos, that some of them go off on tangents, discuss things that are being confronted here in the live chat, that happens. But there are chapters down below all these videos now. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for people to find the section that they want if they I just want the information.
Speedy Gonzalez, JK.
About all this stuff. I mean, we just teach us exactly what the title of the freaking video is about. That is not our style, and thank you for being here or not. You choose to be here or not. Sign channel. He's gone.
You've seen that? Blank Beach, Speedy Gonzalez, JK.
JK is Speedy Gonzalez.
That's a good one. I like it.
We need some memes. Lulu. Yes, we need a JK Speedy Gonzalez meme.
All right. You want solutions? I can give you some. Don't use any smart devices. Don't use smartwatches. Don't use credit card or debit card. Pay with cash. If you go to the airport, don't use smartphone. You can always ask them, even if you go to the airport, you can always ask them to print for you a boarding pass. If you are going to pay with your credit card, go to the freaking ATM, get the cash. Educate people around you, create a small society around you, and push people and push yourself to take the positions in your local government. Why? Because local government is the one responsible who is implementing new world shit. So if you take over local government, even if the national government, right, the big one, will create some rules, if they won't be implemented on the low level, it goes to the peace. So think about it, and you can really fight the system. But you will say, oh, what can I do myself? Yes, had freaking 200 million people. We are power. We are strong. Strength in numbers. So if you wanna fix world, start with the fucking yourself.
That came out like a Polish strange thing, but if you want to save the world, start by fucking yourself. Is the translation that I got. Did you want to clarify that, sir?
Yes. If you wanna fix the world, you have to start on the very low level, on the individual level, because world is built of individuals, right? So this way, start with yourself. Don't use their technology. Don't use AI. Don't put questions into the AI. Look on your own. Drop AI. Stop feeding AI, which will be our demise. If you're asking questions, you are doing everything through AI. You are losing necessary skills, which later you'll be only getting from AI itself, and it will be connected with AI, hive mind, singularity, and so on and so forth. You think?
I think that was actually a promotion for Booma's Internet of Booty Beads, but take it as you will.
No, Jeremy, it's not too far gone. That's what they want you to think. It's not too far gone. We are close, but we still have time. But if we won't stop it, we are the last, literally, from our perspective, we are the last generation who even knows concept of freedom. Next generation won't know what freedom is.
Yeah.
Right, let's go back because we are nearly 1.5 an hour and I barely touched the subject, man.
Hey, I'm having a good time.
Yeah, me too.
Take care, Jamie. We'll see you on the next one, or if you make it back, brother. I do appreciate you.
Right, let's go back to the celestial hierarchy. I mentioned about the Areopagite, right? I think it was, what was that the year? Not year, center rather. Let me check it. I think it was 5 or 6. Give me a second.
You check on that. I just want to give a shout out, Debbie Doodlebug. Appreciate you becoming a paid member on Substack. It really helps. I try to put out all this as much as possible for free. Haven't done any behind the scenes for a little while. It's just something that I do that's kind of fun or whatever for paid subscribers on some of the channels. But I do appreciate anybody that supports this, because that's the only way that I can afford to have like the StreamYard and the editing and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much, Debbie.
Yeah, I found it. It's a late 5th century, early 6th century. Yeah. So 5th, 6th century. Yeah, correct. Right. Look, this exact book that I was just talking about, right, was used by the base for, that's another one who is important, Saint Thomas Aquinas, in his Summa Theologia.
Right.
So that's Italian, Theologia, right?
Yeah, Amanda's is asking just to slow down a little bit.
Saint Thomas Aquinas. That's the one. Aquinas, yes. Aquinas or Aquinas? Jeez, I can't remember. It is at the end U or doesn't matter.
I think
you know who I'm talking about. Aquinas or Aquinas?
You're going to be one of the testers of those Booma beads, Jamie. Don't deny it. Don't deny it.
Right.
Relax. Okay, Thomas Aquinas. I'm pretty sure you got it right.
Or I just can't remember if it was Aquinas or US. I just can't remember. I can check it quickly. Oh man, I'm just I'm not native English because I have small problems with those spellings. Aquinas, yes.
Yeah, then you got
in Polish, Tomasz z Akwinu. Yeah, Tomasz Aquinas. Yes, right. Okie. I can't remember everything. Sorry about that. Details sometimes are hard for me. It's too much to remember about.
There's so many things, man. I forget stuff like while I'm on the spot. I know I had it in my head. I can't quite get the names, or I can't quite get the face. It's crazy.
Sometimes I can pronounce it. With not be problem, even if I'm not native English speaker. But writing it down, spelling, it's like, what's the letter?
And it's no worry. I totally understand anybody that can't, financially support. Your support of being here, liking. I guess on YouTube they have something called hype, or hyping a video. So if you want to help the algorithm, if you appreciate what JK is doing here, we have a whole playlist of videos that we've done on one Enoch, Satan's Little Season, panels, and all kinds of stuff that we've gotten into. And now we're confronting the angels and the idea of the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, I just seen the comment from Jamie. Booma, you shekel chaser.
I know, right? Hey, I don't try to pump myself all the time or nothing like that. I try to give appreciation when people do become a paid subscriber and do support this mission. I just wanted to say, but isn't it nice being like on a podcast where it's like not every 30 minutes or something like that. It's like, and now we're going to go to our sponsor. And then there's a 5-minute freaking video of some bullshit, Like I don't take sponsorship. I don't get supported by any corporation. I don't do any of that. Anything that I do, I'm supporting the community, or we got GG going now with biscuits and stuff like that, which is another mechanism and tool to fight against this corruption. But other than that, man, we just let it ride, baby.
Booma, you don't take sponsorship, and one thing which I like about you as well take no shit.
I don't take any shit. And that's another reason why I don't take sponsors, because if I took sponsors, they'd probably make it act a certain way. That's where people get handled. People think of it as some CIA or Men in Black guy coming in and forcing people to do shit. No, man, you don't have to even do that. You just throw some shekels at them, like Jamie was saying. You just throw some shekels at them. You just give them a little thing like, well, we'll give you $10,000 a month for promoting our product, but we really need you to cut down on the rhetoric and not attack people in the live chat like PSYOP Channel 13. I didn't attack, but I confronted. I just wanted to be, and then look at you.
Nice one.
You're making it worse, Jamie. Making it worse. But I don't have anybody controlling me. So
you have to start speaking more about shekels,
right? And you're throwing shekels.
Triggers people, yeah.
Look at you. You're making it even harder here. But I appreciate it, brother.
Debbie, you have to watch 2 episodes, my presentations about the Satan-Litism, and read 48 questions I have asked in pin comments.
Right, and just know that we also did a couple panels, though.
Yes,
I think it came up in 2 panels. Maybe the first panel more on the Satan's Little Season, where there are people that are in my Telegram chat and that are here, just like we've had in this conversation. People that don't agree. There's Aim K came on and she believes in Satan's Little Season. And so we had that discourse. And I thought JK did a great job. I thought the panel was lovely. We discussed things. We allowed her to share her side of things. I mean, I think that some wanted to hear a little bit more from her. There's stuff like that, but that's what we do here. That's why we have the Booma community streamers where we can discuss these things. We can talk about anything. We've been discussing the paranormal. We get into supernatural. We can talk about Satan's Little Season. I'm open to having these discussions. I just don't like some of the ones that divide people so harshly, like flat earth and whatnot. Now, I know that they're important to some people. Maybe someday we have those, but I always say that, and then I'm like, then it leads up to it.
Not per se, Booma, flat earth, but biblical flat earth. What Bible speaks about what Bible says about the, let's say, quote mark, shape of the earth. I only bring the verses from the Bible. That's it.
I know, but the first time, JK, that you proposed this to me, and when we first met, so I guess there's that. But you're like, in order for us to do this properly, we will have to do at least 6 hours. And I was like, heck, freaking no, bro.
That's a long one.
Heck no. Not doing 6-hour podcast. Not doing a 6-hour recording. That's minimally 6 hours on flat Earth. No. I mean, if you can get it into just some scripture and you want to discuss that, okay, maybe. But
there are roughly around 128 verses.
I know some of you want to explore it. There's so many channels out there, and I've watched some videos where I'm like, dang, that.
I know it's very dividing subject, but if we bring the subject from the perspective of Bible, I don't think so. If we divide people, because the ones who do not believe in the Bible, they won't care. But the ones who believe in the Bible, they say, crap, I cannot contradict it, because then I know verses in the Bible.
I saw a montage of people asking airline pilots what shape of the Earth was, and flat. So many of them were saying it was flat. It was crazy.
Yep.
Oh man.
Okay, let's avoid this topic because I can speak about this hours.
I know. Minimally 6.
Yes, Eric Debye is pretty on point, to be honest. But unfortunately, he's implementing a lot of New Age in his shit as well. That's for me big no. And he's going into the.
A lot of flat earthers do use the Bible to argue it, right? And there are a lot of Bible believers in the flat Earth, but they're like Jamie here, 4 corners.
Yes,
there's a lot of people that don't prescribe to the Bible, but they do.
4 corners, pillars of the earth,
that level that it's
face of the water, face of the earth. In geometry, face is always flat. So face of the earth, it means literally flat earth. That's what it is.
There you go.
Yeah. It's all from Bible.
Said.
And yes,
back to the Trinity. Now says that she is sorry and that we need to get back on to the Trinity.
Okay, let's go back, because literally over 1.5 hours and we barely touched the subject. Yeah, you're correct.
But we did do some things that were very, I'd say, shocking to me that I hadn't thought about. I didn't know Seraphim were higher. I thought Archangels, boom, they are.
Exactly. Archangels are before last. But there is, what's the word? They interlock with each other. They are, for example, Archangel, but he can act as a Seraphim. He's not Seraphim, but he can act as, because God gives him the power of Seraphim. This way.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know it's a bit confusing.
So I mean, hierarchy is a very worldly kind of thing, but at the same time, there's got to be some form of it, right, in the heavenly bodies.
Yes.
That's why we learn about Satan, where he was at.
Exactly. Yes.
Learn about the different levels and whatnot. Yes. There's got to be some form of a hierarchy, but yes, God can elevate and lower, or however, for His glory.
They have main rules, main positions, right, in the hierarchy. But sometimes God gives them tasks for specific higher up, which is higher than him. He acts as a cherubim, as a seraphim. But for example, he is just guardian angel, so they can act this way, or only archangel. Right, so yeah, there are a lot of exceptions, But main rule is nine levels, right? Nine positions, let's say, right? Okay. No matter of books, there is as well a bit lesser known book which is called Byzantine Orthodox Angelology, or something like that. Can't really remember the name. You can check this one. You can check this one on the internet. You will definitely find it. So probably you find the PDFs. If you just go by the Byzantine angelology, Orthodox angelology, Christian angelology.
You gotta slow down what you're saying, bro.
Right. Okay. If you go by the Byzantine angelology, or angelic hierarchy, angels hierarchy, or Orthodox angelology, angels hierarchy, angelic hierarchy, you find plenty, literally plenty. There are plenty PDFs if you want to extend your knowledge in this subject.
I got some of that, but we did. Yeah, you did slow down.
Right. Oh yeah, exactly. It reminds me that I have those 3 PDFs uploaded, so we can maybe give the links to them, right? And I have already uploaded them on my channel, as I mentioned before. So I have those links. Give me just a second. can get them from my page. 1 second. Right, that's the one. Ah, shit. I have to give it a private chat. It's not going through in the channel, unfortunately.
Did you say angelology? Saying
angelology.
Say it again.
I will write it down for you guys.
Please. I know. JK, what coffee do you drink? Asking for a friend. He drinks
like that.
highly caffeinated.
Angelology. Yes, that's
coffee.
The one. Angelology. Yeah. What coffee do you drink? Asking a friend. Right. Unfortunately, coffee does not affect me the same as any so-called energy drink.
Oh, you should definitely drink coffee. Then it'll slow him down. He's one of those where
I am drinking coffee now, to be honest.
Oh my gosh, we're in trouble, man. This guy's different.
I just like the taste of coffee, So
we've got a situation here. We've got a different kind of human being here. Here we go. A dictionary of angels, including the fallen angels. Ah.
Yes. The Sunday we can do as well. Demonic levels, right? We can speak about the demonology someday in the future, maybe.
So there is angelology and demonology.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is plenty of bad things, and you'll be really surprised about some things mentioned in the hierarchy. Yeah, but that's for the future, someday. Yeah, pretty interesting. I still prefer angel's hierarchy than demon's hierarchy. It's closer to me, I think. I hope.
Right. This one that I think we shared this one out. Did I get the wrong one? Okay, I think
did you put the links before?
I did put links before. Yes, we got this one out there. So this one got shared earlier. If I'll try to get all these into the description after.
All right.
We're done here.
Mm-hmm. So if you want, you can check it on my channel. You can send me email. There is email in the About tab on my channel, so you can send me email and I can reply to you with those links or any additional knowledge you will require. So yeah, I'm open to it. I'm sending a lot of emails every day to people. So why not? 1 or 2 more or 10 more doesn't matter for me. Right. You can find as well. Give me a second. What's called?
Where is that one? Where's the Hagar fire?
Yeah, it was Byzantine theology. I think that's the one. I will write it down. Byzantine theology.
So many fires happening.
The one, and it's PDF. If you write it down, this one. Yeah, that's the one. Proper spelling. Yeah, you can find this one. So it's as well about the angels, and it was by the guy. Oh Jesus, what was his name? Kind of strange. It was something like, I'm not sure about his name. I will try to find it for you guys. That's I think it was written like that. It's by him. Let me quickly check it, okay? Give me a second.
You quickly check that. Where is the Hagar fire? Hagar fire, I'll look it up. Prayers for, there's so many people dealing with various fires, but that is in Umatilla County. Where's that? Let's see if this is a good source.
Right, I found it. Yeah, I was close enough. Close enough. It's Leyendorf, not V, double F. Yeah, close enough.
Hold on, JK.
Right,
we're looking up some fire. Prayers for our friends that are dealing with fires. Good Lord, they're everywhere. I'm gonna pull this up just real quick, and we'll get right back to it. But the Hagar fire here in looks like Oregon. 5,000. What is that? Oh my gosh, it's covering a lot of acreage. So yes, and then if you were to pull back and take a look at this thing, this is crazy. There's so many fires going on right now, and that's not even getting up into Canada. But I grew up here in Republic. Here's where I grew up, in Washington State. But Oregon is really getting it. And I think
it's a good one.
Yeah. So prayers to you in the chat. Who was that? RS. Our road can't type. Prayers to you. I exist 6021. And those that are dealing with these wildfires. It's unreal. Jamie, you're still here. All right. I'm sorry, JK, but I wanted to get to that because
no worries, of course.
It's tough on a lot of people. Right
you can find those PDFs on the internet and you can get into it. Yeah, so it's more knowledge. I can even download them and upload them on my channel if you wish. No issue for me at all. I have it somewhere on my freaking channel, but sorry, my discs. But I don't want to go through it. I'd probably just download it again from the internet and upload it because it would take me too much time to go through the discs, right? So, okay, let's go further. Right, we were talking about the Pseudo-Dionysius, right? Fucking hard to pronounce. Pseudo-Dionysius, whatever it's pronounced. Like I would say that often this work is published within, with this compilation. Like this Pseudo-Dionysius, it's called Complete Works, and mainly it's called as classics of Western quote mark here. Spirituality. Yeah, give me a second. I will put for you the title. Give me a sec.
Yep, that's the reality of it.
Yeah, just no space there, right? Without space, just it's together. Yeah. If you have dash, it's just no space between dash and D. Yeah, sorry about that. Right. And in this one, mainly, this one includes his other major works, like ecclesiastical hierarchy and divine names. So over there, he's really focused, and it's included about all the divine names, including, as I recall, the fallen angels' names. So there is a plenty of names. I have somewhere as well a list of the most important demons and the so-called gods, which people called gods because they were sent by God to the earth to help people, but unfortunately they have gone against God's will because of free will, right? You know, I was speaking about this before in the matter of fallen angels and so forth, right? So it's
so even after the fall of the 1/3 of the angels, God has sent angels here. You're saying, and this
I think it was before. You know, it was before. Yeah, so they were sent to hell, mankind, right? But they rebelled against God as well. So I would say
mankind when.
What do you mean when? Before fall, I believe it was, if I recollect correctly.
Well, then I don't know.
Because fall, they couldn't help people because when they were fallen, they were already bad, right? But God sent as well angels to help people, right? Like, for example, he's sending guardian angels, right? But those angels rebelled and God has gone against God's will this way, right? So in theory, you could say there were three events of fallen angels. If you include this event when those angels who were sent to the people to help them by God, they rebelled against God. So in theory, you could say there were three events of fallen angels. Mainly two, but if you stretch it, you can say three, right?
Is that where you get in some of the demonology or some of these where it talks about the fallen angels?
Samazel, there's no Samazel. It's you wrote it in the wrong way. Yeah, I was speaking about this before. Yeah, Samazel. It's not Samazel. Yeah.
But what you're talking about, JK?
Sorry.
You're saying there's three.
Kind of. If you stretch it, the event, because there were first event was 1/3 of angels, right, fallen with the Lucifer. Second Mount Hermon, 200 fallen angels. But the God as well sent. I think it was before. I just don't quote me on that.
You get Mount Hermon from 1 Enoch, correct?
Right. Correct. Yes. Okay. Yes. So that was the second big event, right? The fallen angels. But as well, if you want to stretch it, you can say there was one more event of fallen angels, when God sent angels to the earth to help people, like, for example, guardian angels, but they have rebelled against God's will, right? That's why you can say, if you want to stretch it, quote mark, right? There was third event of the fallen angels.
Where do you get that, though?
Oh, Jesus. If I remember the source, man.
You're going to want to back that up. I've never heard of that.
Let me find it quickly. I think it was in the Bible. Give me a second.
Let him find it, y'all. I need a receipt on that. Yes, and then there's kind of two things going on right now because he's talking about angels and fallen angels. We're talking a little bit about the fires because it's a very bad problem. But yes, land grabs, and I don't know. You'd have to look this up, but I believe it was Bill Clinton that started to back off of the land management in the forests, and over time, it's just been year after year, and no president, none. Absolutely includes Trump, has done a damn thing about it. And then you got the situations with the hurricanes and the bad weather, and the hurricanes obviously in North Carolina seem to be pretty obvious that they moved people out of areas with lithium mining. And now you have it going on where I Exist 6021 is talking about, where the tribe has been trying to, but it's hard to manage all the land, right? And when the weather is as hot as it gets sometimes by design, and fires are being set on purpose. I believe, allegedly, I believe it, but allegedly are being set on purpose. Then you're having people moved out for various reasons, and geoengineering is a part of it, land grabs, and then just the fact that they want people to get the heck out of the they want people to live in their 15-minute cities. They're smart cities. Yes, they want us in the mega regions. And there's a great video that I have posted. If you get into the Sabrina Walls, just search mega cities or mega regions, that is. And Sabrina breaks that down very well. I don't even think it's a very long video. You want to look that up. They want us in mega regions. They're moving people out of the country. They don't want us in the forest. They want us where they can control us easier, even though there's nowhere you can go to get away from them. However, they do want us closer to the cities, and they do want us closer to the mega regions that they control much easier. Yeah, I think it would be a great one to have a discussion on. You could bring it to a Booma community streamer too. That'd be great.
I found it.
And he's back.
Yes, and I give you an example. It's Jude 1:6. I knew it from the Bible somewhere. I just couldn't remember the verse. Right. Earthly rulers, right? So they were called earthly rulers as well, but they were angels. So they were ruling in the name of God. But they have gone against God's will. So that's why I can say, that's why I said you can stretch it, as a third event of fallen angels, or first, or whatever. So you can have, let's say, in quote mark, 3 events of fallen angels, because they were sent by God to earth. They're supposed to be helping people, but unfortunately they did not, and they have gone against God's will, right? I know it's pretty niche, knowledge, this stuff. I just remember that stuff,
Right, and it's one of those things that everybody kind of has everybody is in different doctrines or different takes, different faiths, denominations, whatever, but you'll get this where Jude 1:6 states that angels who abandon their God-given authority and proper dwelling are bound in eternal chains of darkness reserved for the final judgment. This verse serves as a historical example to warn believers about the certainty of God's judgment against rebellion and sin. So even angels have turned from God. Many theologians, so there's different interpretations, interpret this passage alongside its parallel in 2 Peter 2:4 as a reference to the events in Genesis 6:1-4, where certain sons of God overstep their bounds. So some believe that this is referring back, I think, to the fallen angels, the 1/3, but then some believe that it might have been an actual different event, like JK is talking about here.
Yeah, that's why I said, if you want to stretch it, because I'm not really firmly sit on this idea, you could argue both ways. There is not really, let's say, consensus on this, because like you read, there are different opinions of the subject of the matter. Take it as you want, I can tell you that. I don't have firm standing point on this on this idea. It's always worth to explore some different thoughts, right? That's my approach.
Right. Jude was a brother of Jesus.
Jesus had no brothers. You bring again new age shit.
No, I thought John, brother of Jesus. I thought John was John, brothers of Jesus. I thought Jesus did have brothers. James, Joseph, Simon, Jude. Yes, James. There was a Joseph. No, those were his apostles. Half siblings, born after Jesus.
And it was not like from the same mother and father, the brother and sister. Yes, if you include further family or close family, yes, you can call those brothers and sisters. Yeah, in this way, but not specifically from one mother, one father, right? That's why people have it confused, you know. So no, he had the brother and sister. No, he did not. It was further family, close family, but not per se mother and father, as far as I remember.
Interesting, but I do believe James and Jude were said to be brothers of Jesus, half siblings or step siblings or whatever you want to call it, because obviously Jesus was a different situation altogether. Right.
Let's go back. Yeah. So look, I don't want to just this part, you know. I'm going to speak now. Make way too complex and too hard to follow, because there is already enough complexity, and believe me that there is a lot. You will see it, you know. It's hard to remember it all. So if you spot I have made a mistake, please feel free to correct me, because probably I will make some small mistakes, because it's really huge subject, you know. A lot of things can go sideways. Even the name you can wrongly pronounce, and people will think I'm speaking about a different angel or whatever, because they sound very often very similar. I will try to give you names, so we try to avoid mistakes as much as possible. But they will happen, I'm sure of it, because that's how it is in the subject, you know. Right, so we have First Trinity. We have, it's the highest hierarchy, it's in the very top, right? It consists, like I mentioned before, of Seraphim, Cherubim, and thrones, right? The Seraphim, they're called the burning ones, right? Mainly, they are praising God and directly worship Him, because they are just in front of Him, right? And they praise around the throne of God, not thrones, the throne of God. That's important distinction, right? Top rank, which is those top three, right? Their main, I would say, primary tasks deal specifically with God Himself, right? And the job of Seraphim's job, yeah, God gave them in their nature a strong love for Him, strong love for God. The same was with Lucifer. He was really in his nature was to love God, but because he had a free will, then he rejected, because he wanted to put himself above God, right? Because of his pride, right, and his ego, right? So mainly their primary role is on the side of the will, and their will is to love. That's how they have been created, right? That's the Seraphim. Now we are going to the Cherubim. Cherubim, mainly they are guardians. And they are guarding. Guarding.
In English, it's guarding.
Guarding, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, guarding, yes. Gardening, yeah. Yeah.
But people are talking about gardening, and the gardening is ruined by the heat that's coming through our area.
Yeah. Our gardening, yes.
Our garden here was doing great until all this heat came in.
Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
But yeah, guarding, yes. Guarding, yes. As in, standing
yes,
opposed.
They are guards, and they are guardians, guards, and they are guarding Eden. And because Eden is garden, so that's why I confuse,
Right, the garden, the
garden. Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Stuff.
Yeah. So, and as well, it's Eden or the thrones themselves, right? The cherubim and their primary role, their main role, I would say, is on the side of knowledge, right? They focus on knowledge, guardians of divine wisdom and knowledge. That's how they're called as well. Mainly, God designed them this way that they have knowledge about God that He communicates to them. So mainly, they already have knowledge about God, but because they do not know everything like God does, so God provides for them knowledge about Himself. And their nature, yeah, we can speak about nature. Their natures are such as that they are able to understand it when God communicates to them, right? Because they are more intelligent in this regard, in this way. So there are even different levels in a matter of intelligence and how God designed them in a matter of angelic hierarchy, right? So they are like you see, they are more intelligent and less intelligent. Even the less intelligent angel is much more intelligent than any of us, or probably all of us combined together, right?
Right.
Speaking about levels, right? Right, now we go to the third part of this triad, which are the thrones, right? And about the thrones, there is one important detail about this group, thrones, right? But I will bring it in a few minutes. I just like the details, and I just love details. Just my eye poke on it. When I've seen that, so it's like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Anyway, thrones. There are multiple. We do not exactly know how many. I couldn't find in the Bible anything, or even I was trying to find some documents if there is specific mention of numbers, right? How many thrones? We do not know. So mainly they act as a seat of God. So God is, let's say, colloquially saying, sitting on them, right? They are embodying and are emanation of what was the word? Authority and justice, divine justice and the divine authority. They are emanation. I remember this word, right? I would say that the throne's job is to take the information that's communicated to them by God, right? And the throne's job is as well to take the information from the Seraphim and the Cherubim, and then this knowledge is being how to say it. I don't want to make a mistake with this one because that's one is a bit confusing for me.
No mistakes, JK. You must be perfect.
I am not. Never will be. Never is going to happen.
You say that.
Yeah.
I have you.
Perfection is boring in a matter of human. Perfection is not only boring only in the case of God. That's it. Yeah. I would say that begins the propagation of God's commands down to the hierarchy. So mainly they are like a conduit. They are starting the commands which are coming from God. They're going from cherubim, thrones, and so on and so forth, through the guardian angels and to the angels. So it's going from top to bottom, right? Yes, that's the word propagation. That's a good one, yeah. It's because I just was looking for the word how I should properly call it. Right. You know what? I need to make something very clear to avoid confusion.
Must be perfection, no confusion. Go ahead, sir.
I'm trying, man. But it is a bit confusing for me as well. Sometimes when I'm speaking about this, it's like, is it this or is it that? Yeah.
You're tripping me out a little bit. I never heard about the Trinity of Angels, bro.
I know. That's why it's very interesting for me. That's why I want to share it with you guys. Because triads, three trinities, right? Oh shit. Triads, three trinities.
Oh, you're getting a call from the president.
No,
again.
It's Grant. I'll be
you're
okay.
putting him off.
He will go back.
That's
yeah.
called real power.
He'll go back. He knows. This guy knows when I refuse to speak. He calls in a few minutes later. Yeah. So he knows I'm busy. Right. So, what I was talking about? About the confusion, right?
Right. I'd never heard this. I don't know if you see this on the screen before we get into the confusion.
Possibly. That's a very niche subject. People don't look into angels hierarchy usually. They know that they are angels. They heard about the cherubim, seraphim, guardian angels, archangels, angels, fallen angels, but mainly that's it. Sometimes thrones. But
do you see what's on the screen that Rebecca is saying though?
I can put again the full list.
You're not listening to me, JK. Do you see what's on the screen?
No, it's not. But no, you're talking about the land of Israel and land of Iran, and the countries. No, they're not. No. Where did you hear it? Who said it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear who's saying that.
Doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
That sounds like some. I don't even know. Why would cherubim and seraphim be at war? Interesting. But there's so much stuff out there that I get it. People are saying all kinds of stuff, man. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
That's right. No worries. Yeah, it's good that they bring this kind of stuff, Yeah, if it was Debbie to me, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. I will say it this way. I'm going to refer to the, let's say, quote mark, physical thrones in heaven, right? But physical not angels
in heaven.
Yeah, because you have like a thrones in heaven, right? And you have kind of, let's say, physical, and you have thrones in a matter of angels, right? So it's confusing. So there are thrones and dethrones. Okay, I know it's a bit confusing. It's hard to.
Well, Christ said that he'll sit at the right hand of the Father. So
yes,
sitting on a throne, correct?
Yes, yeah. And further,
somebody came in here. I think it was the one that was dealing with some of the fires or whatnot, and they said it's order. I exist 6021. This is the order of things.
In what way? Order? What do you mean?
Order. We call it a hierarchy, but
yes.
Also another term for it would be
order. Yes,
like the standing.
Yep, I agree with that.
In the Bible, that some of the first will be last and the last will be first. There's those kinds of things, but then there's also you have a house prepared for you in heaven. But then there's also reward for those that store up spiritual gifts.
Yes,
spiritual riches, I should say.
Yes, spiritual riches. That's a good one. I agree with that. Yes, order, hierarchy, order, the same words. Exactly mean in this case they exactly mean the same. I agree with that. Yes.
Right.
So so I'm going to refer to the physical thrones in heavens, but not angels hierarchy, the thrones. Right. So to avoid the confusion, I try to remember always say the thrones.
When you say dethrones, you mean like DE thrones?
Let me just put it down for you.
Because somebody can be dethroned, like say somebody has a standing and they can be dethroned as in...
Dethroned, no, the thrones like a multiple, not like a dethroned. He was put down from the pedestal.
The thrones or the thrones?
Doesn't the same pronunciation? The?
Well, D-Mind Booma San is a play on the. D is the, but it's the. Are you saying the as
That's why English is fucking strange. That's it,
It is. I gotta get clarity, man.
So to one thing, I will be
thrones, like multiple thrones.
Yes, the thrones.
Hallelujah.
Yes. So I try to remember to always use the thrones, for the specific matter, and the thrones in other matter, right?
Yes.
Hopefully I remember always, but it's confusing, so I can make mistakes. So asking for the clarification which thrones I'm thinking about or saying, speaking, and so on and so forth, right? Because I probably will forget to add this.
Are you saying tree thrones as in three? The number 3?
Yeah, it is a bit confusing, because those are the hierarchy, and this as well
language is in English.
And the thrones for God and God the Father and God the Son, right? So yeah. Oh shit. Okay, give me a second. I have to call back.
Tell this guy, man. He knows you're on an important call with millions of viewers. You act like Phil the Godless. You don't know. It doesn't matter. The guy that pretends to have millions of people watching him when he only has like a few thousand people. But yes, language barrier. I gotta get clarity because sometimes I'm in my own brain trying to make sense of some of the things that he's saying, and I know he's teaching some great stuff at times, but at the same time, like I need the building blocks to understand the rest of it, or otherwise I just get lost, like in these swirls in the sky. I'm just floating about. It gets wild up in here. And whoever this guy is calling JK, I mean, come on, man. He's got an obligation. Every other Tuesday. And yes, we did it earlier today. I always do it earlier for my friend that is over in Dublin in this case, in this situation. So for those of you that are across the pond, this is the time to tune into the lives. Although a lot of people that are across the pond tune in to the 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern. And it's like midnight in some of these places, man. You guys are hardcore. I love it. But for those across the pond, this is the day where you get to watch it a little bit more in your time zone. Absolutely. We have a little bit of fun. JK spending way too much time. I bet he's just letting this person have it. You know what I say, man? I just say fucking no till you call me. Don't call me. You call me 3 times. 3 times. I have some issues. Thank you all for being here. D-Mine to Booma San is a scary place. The neighbors think you're a vampire, you win. And there are real vampires. There are real vampires. I don't know if they're exactly what they're depicted in the movies exactly, you know what I mean? I don't think the light kills them or nothing. The light of God could definitely put them down, absolutely, but they're vampires. And if there weren't vampires before, then they've been created in a lab. Let's say it like that, because who knows what's going on in this world. Bats being merged with humans. I mean, I think they came from the Nephilim and some of the abominations that were created that way. This call's taking way too long. Put him on the line. Who is it? It comes in threes. In trees. It comes in trees. Dethroned or the throne or the thrones. How do you guys like my attempt to fill this space? For those of you that are just, oh, really? Oh, really? I feel snubbed. I feel snubbed now. Vampires apparently the ones that do not love our Jesus. Yes, right? Those that directly oppose him. Now there's those like, that don't believe he actually exists, or JK, secret agent man. JK's a secret agent man. But yes, the vampires are the ones that are doing a lot of the abominations in this world. I mean, they suck up physical blood, but they love on loosh. They love control. A lot of psychopaths, serial killers, they play with their victims psychologically and torment them and exercise an extraction of loosh from them. It's disgusting. And that's what the people of the world do. That's what, when you see a guy like Trump coming in saying he's going to be bringing peace and that he's going to, release the Epstein files and drain the swamp, and he caught them all, and then he does nothing. No arrests. And then now he's claiming China it involved itself in our elections in 2020. And then there's a major focus on Michigan. It's like Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Maricopa County. I mean, is someone going to get arrested? No, it's called gaslighting. There is no justice. Secret agent man. Secret
Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry.
agent
Yeah,
man
sorted. So
is
sorry about that.
back with a plan.
Yeah, those are real life friends. So we have kind of group and we are helping each other. So they usually come to me when they need let's say assistance with some things. So yeah, I'm meant to go, right? Okay, sorted. Okay, let's go
So
back.
Blunt Bitch was right. You're a secret agent man. Great.
100, and as well, I am
lower in the hierarchy.
And as well,
We
I
are
am your handler.
the throne below the throne.
Yeah.
In JK's life.
Yeah. Right. Okay, let's go back to those thrones, dethrones, right? Okay.
The thrones, that's the thrones?
The thrones, okay. Dethrones, that's the same. When I be speaking about the different thrones, I'll be speaking about just thrones. Dethrones or the thrones, the same thing, right?
Okay.
Thrones without the D.
You gotta like have a little gotta get a little notepad and write in there your cipher for JK when he says dethroned, because a champion fighting a challenger in like the octagon in the UFC or a boxer, the champion is fighting and gets dethroned when they lose.
Yes.
But there's the as in the throne.
Fucking English.
Fuck.
Yeah, all right. But now you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay. Just don't take this info present below as I 100% believe in it, because I did not make up my mind about all of those things yet. I really need to do more research, because there are different approaches, different suggestions, different takes on it. It's confusing a bit, so I really have to dig deeper into it, much deeper, because there are nuances, a lot of nuances, right? For example, you can listen to the Sam Shamuan, right? I think he's pretty good guy. I don't really like his approach to people. Give me a second.
What is it? Better put his name in.
Yeah, put his name. That's the Sam. Yeah, that's the one. Unfortunately, he's Catholic, right? So, but his knowledge is very good, So you tell him something about Bible, he just comes from his memory with the verses, bang, gives you like a freaking 5 or 6, different points in the Bible. I don't know how he does it. Maybe Holy Spirit.
You don't even try. You weren't here for that. You were doing your secret agent man stuff.
All right. So I don't know what about neighbors, but okay.
Somebody said that their neighbors believe that they're a vampire, and so we were discussing things like that while you were.
Of course, they are vampires.
I had to fill the air while
you think from where? From where the word vampire comes from? Yeah. Oh, it happens, every day. So.
Secret agent, man.
Of course I am, 100%. And your handler, remember. And
he's my handler for everybody. JK had only been here like on a couple streamers, and all of a sudden people were accusing him of being my handler. I've had a channel for years. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. That's amazing.
Possibly some people didn't hear the story, but when I came for the first time, Booma didn't want me on his channel. He's like, no, I don't know him. So then I told him that Sabrina can vouch for me, because I was promoting her channel. We were speaking on multiple occasions, on her channel, on my channel. I was promoting her channel, right? And her videos on my channel. And then she vouched for me. Oh, okay. So now I can speak with you.
That's the funny thing about somebody saying that JK was my handler, because the first time he tried to come in down below in StreamYard here, they'll pop up, and then I can bring them up. And so I can also take them down. I can mute them. I have full control. So JK popped up. I'd never seen him before. I was like, screw this guy. I threw him out. Yep. And Sabrina was on the live at the time. And he said, Sabrina can vouch. And I was like, Sabrina, you know who this JK guy is? And she's like, oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. And I'm like, okay. And so I let JK come on. And here we are, many shows later. Oh, man. Quite the elaborate act if you really were a handler for me.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Look, I know that some people might very strongly disagree with the statement, which I'm going to just say in a second below, right? But I think there might be 3 thrones, like physical thrones for God, because God the Father, then there is God the Son, which is as well mentioned in the Bible, right? Yes. that he's sitting on the right hand, on the right hand, and as well, which is Holy Spirit, which proceeds from them, right? And he's audible and visible. And so I don't think so he will be standing as well. I assume that he'll be sitting as well on throne. If they are all equal, right? So I don't think so one of them would be just standing. That's my assumption.
Right.
It's not exactly mentioned in the Bible that he's sitting, but that's my assumption.
Right.
That the Holy Spirit as well.
Why wouldn't there be a representation of the Spirit when they are all, three and one?
But some people will go, try to kill you. You tell them there are 2 thrones, not even 3.
Right. I mean, we're just trying to make sense of some of these things from a human perspective. It probably is nothing like what we can imagine when you're actually there. So we do what we can. But you can say that like it's the only controversial thing you said. I'm pretty sure everything that you've said, somebody in the live chat thinks is controversial.
And I don't give a fuck.
And there it is.
Yeah. Take it or leave it, That's it, right?
They're everywhere. The witches are everywhere. Look, it's unreal.
I would assume that, that the Christ, if he's sitting on the right hand side of God, right? God the Father, I don't think he's sitting on a stool, right? I think he will be sitting as well on throne. Or he wouldn't be sitting on his ass, right? On his 3 letters, right? He will be sitting as well on throne.
The only stool is the enemies as we rest our feet on them.
Yeah. And the stool has how many legs? 3, right?
I know. Is it a sin to steal from witches? They have good food in their gardens.
No, even if you steal from someone bad, it's still a sin, because stealing is a sin. Doesn't matter if someone is bad. If you steal from him, it's still a sin. No question about it.
Dang.
Right?
I would say that's true.
Yeah. But is it a stealing in a matter of legality language from the guy who already stole the purse from someone? If you steal it from him and return it to the owner, is it called stealing? I would say it's justified stealing. That's how I would describe it, right? Because you return it to the owner, right?
What if their garden comes across into your property, like through your fence? Then it's yours.
Say it again.
So if, like, say some beans and a vine came up over the fence into your property, and the root was on their side, but because the vine brought beans over into your property, is that yours?
Because it's over my property, it belongs to me. If owner of the wine or whatever doesn't want to share it, he should trim it.
So what you got to do is in love. I mean, I don't know if I'd want anything out of a witch's garden, but I'm just saying, like I've seen some of the videos where people are like interacting with plants and the plants are like coming to them. Like they're like, it's kind of a beautiful thing, but like we have way more interaction with all living life here on this creation than we realize. And I've seen some videos where people are like asking the plant to come near them and the plant will like literally bend towards them. So I'm just saying, like, if you're, maybe your neighbor has some nice food and be like, hey, beans, I could use some lovely beans. Come this way and share some of your fruit with me. And then all of a sudden they start growing over to your side of the property.
And that's the very strange things for the vegans. Did you know that the plants have feelings as well? And so now you are killing it and eating it, right? So you are the killer then.
Right. I know. They act like because I get it. Killing animals can be a little different when they have eyeballs and little personalities to some degree. And then we were talking about fires earlier, and I think they are, and Sabrina's brought this up, they're going for the animals. They're trying to kill off animals. They're killing off food supplies. The heat is killing the gardens, and it's causing us to, be more dependent on the grocery stores and the food that's allowed in there. People have been sharing this video that's going around where a guy's talking about how they are putting out seedless watermelons and seedless, whatever it is, seedless tomatoes, seedless, all this stuff, so that nobody can get seeds. And therefore, whoever controls the seeds controls the food, even in that form. And now you'll have lab-grown meat, lab-grown whatever, everything. And then no seeds to plant for your own. So gardens are gone. They're already outlawed in certain places, I believe, here, even in the United States. insanity is happening on this world. And so if you want to know what the experience with witches are, there's certain witches that are behind some of this stuff. There's certain witches that are practicing demonic stuff.
Yes.
That I hope that get a hold of none of the Booma or Biscuits or Sabrina Wallace dolls that Liz Hillbilly Hart
makes. Tell you interesting
they will
fact from my.
they will cast spells.
I can tell you interesting fact from my life. I know there was one witch going after me because I was able to snap one of their members from the covenant, because I was able, I don't know how I was able to do it, but I was able to turn them towards Jesus, and they were mad at me. And I know one of the witches was going after me, but I think that God protected me, because whatever she was doing, I don't know what she was doing, she ended up very bad. Because if you speak with the witches, if you get into this knowledge, you will know that there's protection, the spell, the cast, whatever you call it, used against someone when it's protected, it exactly bounces back to the same person. So this person end up hurting themselves. That's what I know.
And there's a lot of people that get into that kind of stuff, like the Wiccan communities and stuff like that. They don't know what they're playing with. They get certain powers, and yes. It's like, I don't know. It's some kind of like metaphysical practice, they think, or whatever it is to them.
They are getting earthly things, but it's not worth of your soul. Because if you are in the occult, you have chosen evil instead of God. So
right. They just don't look at it. They don't look at it that way. They don't look at it that way. Yep. They look at it as just another way of life. You have your way of life with Jesus, and we have our way of life, but we're not here to harm anybody. But it's like, but you don't know what you're doing. Like, you don't know what you're playing with.
Because they want to receive earthly goods. And God said, Christ said, his kingdom is not of this earth, right? So they're not going after godly things. They're going after physical things, which are under control of Satan, right? That's why he can make a contrast with them, because they want to achieve this, and he want to achieve their soul, right?
I think there's a lot of witches that are in. Paula White, I believe, is a freaking witch. And you want to look at, I think, what was it? Marina Abramovich called Trump the white magician, or the light, something like that, white magician. I think there's white witches, but they're evil all the same. They're just in a different form, like the white hats and black hats. They work for the same.
Exactly. There are no good witches.
For the same person, and they just have different orders to make it a divisive thing. But Paula White claims Jesus, but she is a witch. She's not claiming the real Jesus. She's just using the name to have power over a lot of gullible Christians. What's up, Monica? Welcome to the show. But yes, there's all kinds of witches, including demons like Kenneth Copeland that I'll never stop exposing.
Oh, I have a few videos about him on my channel. About all of those preachers from the mega churches. I think I have covered majority of them, huge majority of them. The most popular. You can type the name on my channel in the search field, and we definitely find some stuff. 100%.
And then there'll be some people that claim to be good witches, and so
there are no good witches.
I don't know if they're just saying that in jest a little bit or what, but I'd have to really try to understand where that.
Look, even if they are doing good things, and it looks like the good things, they are still involved in the occult and with the demonic powers, and God prohibits it. It cannot be done. So mainly they remove themselves from God's church, because then they are being assigned by those demonic powers to the evil side, even if it looks like they are doing good things. It's very deceiving. Through deception, right? It looks they're doing good things, but they are ending up on the bad side.
Right, and that's the talk about the son of perdition, or the Antichrist. If there is a solo person that comes forward and brings peace to the world and offers healing, does what seems to be miracles, even though it could just be technology being weaponized to make it look like a spiritual experience, like what Jesus did when he walked the earth. But when they come forward, they're going to offer a lot of amazing things, and it's going to look amazing, and it's going to trick and deceive many people. In a lot of ways, they already are. They're slowly grooming the population to accept wearables, which will become internalables, which we already have all this. They don't need wearables. They can already connect to the nodes in our body area networks, like Sabrina talks about, and have connection to that. Now, I do believe that we have spiritual protections if we exercise them correctly. And that's what they don't like. And that's what they're trying to take away from us and try to get us to say yeses to many of these even smaller things that are deceptive, so that the bigger yes can finally turn us to the beast system.
Rebecca, there is no divine feminine. It's concept from the Freemason from Babylon. There is no divine feminine. It's Shekinah. Look into the so-called Jewish literature, their writings, their rabbis. They
What
speak
did you
about this
say?
stuff.
What was the S word that you used?
Shekinah.
What's Shekinah?
Shekinah, it's a goddess. That's, for example, when Jews are going to the Wailing Wall, which is not Wailing Wall, but let's say they're going to Wailing Wall, they are praying. They are always making those moves with their body, right? Looks like a sex. They're making sex, right? That's when they're bouncing their body, right?
Interesting.
Shekinah, yeah.
Never heard of that.
Divine feminine. It's not. It's from the devil.
Was there divine masculine other than Christ?
No, it's divine. Just divine masculine is Christ, God. That's it. God the Father, God the Son. That's divine masculine. There's no divine feminine. There is no.
You don't think of the Holy Spirit as being both or not sexual at all in the sense of gender?
Holy Spirit is here as well. Yeah, there is no female in Triune God. Not I'm aware of. Never heard an opinion like that.
Right. And I think that's how it's stated in the Bible, but it'd be interesting to go back, just like the Matthew Bibles and stuff like that. Do they always refer to the Holy Spirit also as male?
Yes, as he. Yeah. Never she, never it. Yeah.
So but there's got to be like a divine femininity also, because
nope. It comes from Babylon.
Female might have come corporeally from Adam.
It's from the Beelzebub, yeah. Beelzebub. You have Kolagua, yeah. Give me a second. I'll find it for you.
Right. I'm just talking about like the spirit of, or whatever you'd want to say, because we are indwelled by the Holy Spirit, those of us that believe in Christ. And if you're a female, then why would there not be a spirit of divine femininity?
Found it. It's a Baphomet. I made a mistake. Yes, not Beelzebub, Baphomet. So
it's an androgynous, both male and female.
Yes. So you have on his arms one pointing up, one pointing down, right? You have one which is pointing. Wait, give me a second. One which is pointing upwards. It's to solve. Yeah, solve. It's solve, and its meaning is to dissolve or separate, disconnect, right? And the coagula, it's on his arm, which is pointing downwards, right? Which means to coagulate or to combine, to connect. So mainly, which is showing you, it's disassembling of God's creation, perversion, and combining new Luciferian creation, transhumanism. The truth is in plain sight. And this one, it has both organs, male and female, because it has titties, right? And the bottom is a male, right?
You said
and titties. Horns.
You said titties. April came in and said she just joined and she's instantly triggered. I think JK is he triggers everybody almost. I'm a little triggered. I'm a little triggered that there's not a divine feminine, actually.
No, it comes from the Luciferian, Babylonian, total BS bullshit. So
there's a true divine feminine that they hijacked and inverted.
No, it comes from Babylon. So that's why we have transhumanism. That's what they create. If you get into the so-called Jewish literature, you will find it plenty. Shekinah, right?
Right. Gender always triggers folks, and a lot of women have a really hard time with the Bible just because it seems to be a male-dominated thing, and I do have some issues with that as well. I will admit to.
There are three genders: male, female, and mentally sick.
Wait, what?
Three genders. There are three genders: male, female, and the third one is mentally sick.
There you go. That's about
right. Explained.
Look, I love having a penis, but it doesn't mean like I don't have problems with there not being more feminine attributes to the Bible, the God of the Bible. It does disturb me a little bit. Is that a problem for you, JK? Does that trigger you?
Nothing triggers me. Only stupidity triggers me, you know. It's like a facepalm. So when I listen to, sometimes I'm debating with people, you know, with atheists, it's like, how the fuck you cannot see it, you know? You are so freaking deeply brainwashed. You believe this scientism, not science. You're claiming things you cannot really provide experiment for, as scientific method requires, which is base for all science. How you can prove evolution? You cannot. There's adaptation, but there is no freaking evolution, as scientists claim. Never was. But they claim, yeah, it happened. So, right, if let's say evolution is true, let's assume it's true. So how the fuck, during this event, we have logic, we have logical thinking, we have morals. How it came? Because world came from the physical things, right? Through the Big Bang, they claim. So how, finally, we have logic? How is possible? How we have laws of mathematics, laws of physics, right? We cannot have it. If it's physical, then comes into things which are not physical, because physical things come from physical things, not physical things.
So what you're saying here also, though, you got to think about it. Then why are we constantly worshiping the Father, a male-dominated figure in God, when there is no sex when it comes to that?
Because that's how he described. He described as a he.
Do you think he's described that way because that's the way of the culture back then, that they would have only accepted that?
No, I don't think so. That's the case.
Why?
Because that's how the Bible describes it. So if you go to the root words.
But the Bible was written by people at the time that it was written, during times where, I mean, it's
right.
Males
That's
were
true.
created
I agree with you.
Protect, to be the ones that were in a lot of ways in charge of protecting.
I could agree with you 100%.
I hate when you cut me off when I'm talking.
Sorry about that.
I love you. I just want to be able to say what I'm saying so that we can have this discourse. I'm saying that during the context of the times when the Bible was written, often written by a man, and in a dominated society where men protected the women, and the children, because they were made that way. We do have testosterone. We do have the stronger build. We do have the better ability to protect in most circumstances of physical altercation. But so let's have this discussion. Do you think it was written in that way because the cultures would have been more aptly to accept it? Because if you didn't write it in that way, then the men would have been like, "Fuck off, go fuck yourself. This isn't how things are run." So let's just have that.
I get your point, and I would agree with it. But you have missed one very crucial point. It has been divinely inspired.
Into a time
where
males were in the power position.
Right.
Yeah.
So if God would be a she,
God is neither male or female in heaven, from all I can tell.
Then we would call it it. But we call it
I am what I am.
Yes.
But for the translation into the 3D world that we exist in, there has to be certain labels and terms given in order for us to have some kind of understanding of that, which is far beyond our capabilities. Because my understanding, even when they talk about the angels, because it'd be a little bit more easy, it'd be easier for us to translate and understand that an angel is neither male nor female. Maybe having features of both when perceived by humans, because it would make more sense to us, but yet not being male nor female. And then the Bible verse where it says men are not, women are, no one weds in heaven. You know what I'm saying? So I have issues there with the way that men use the Bible here to make it seem like everything is so male dominated. I really do. But if I am wrong, then I'm wrong. I see it as God communicating to people at their level of understanding. If you were to tell people early on that the world was a round ball circling the sun or whatever, Would they fucking understand that? No. So you would just make it simple for them at the time. And then you learn more through as time goes on, correct? That's the way I look at it. So I don't just prescribe to like just because it says four corners of the earth or it calling the earth flat. I think when you look out and you're on a like, you know, when you're just seeing a limited amount of space at the time of that being written, you're only seeing what seems to be flat. So they only understand it in that concept. If you throw it too hard and you give them meat instead of milk, like it even says in the Bible, it's too much. So we learn more as time goes on. Secret agent man, secret agent man. What's happening, Michelle? We got a couple minutes to kill. We're having a discussion right now on a very triggering topic as to why the Bible seems to be more male dominated. JK just argued before he had to go that it was divinely inspired, but I am also saying that I believe that God is speaking through humans during times where that was the case, where there weren't so many people on the planet. There wasn't all this feminist movement and all this stuff that we have now today. I mean, this is thousands of years after the Bible, even the New Testament even. But you're talking to people during certain times in history where the men had a high responsibility to lay down their lives for their wives and for the children so that the families could continue on because they had the testosterone, they have the broader shoulders, the bigger muscles, and they have the ability to defend themselves a lot more than the women did. And the women were busy having children. Not that the women can't be badass and also stand up and kick some ass. I'm not saying that either, but I think it's an issue that I think that too many men easily just brush under the rug as if God is a father, a male figure, Christ is male, always called God the Father, therefore God. But I think Christ also spoke to people on their own terms as well. I don't know. It's tough, bro. It's tough, though. I'm not saying I know. Just saying it's one of the things that I had a problem with, and I still do to a degree. I don't spend as much time thinking about it, I guess, but I had a large problem with it when I thought about it when I was first coming around to the Bible. And yes, God will always meet you where you are at and use anything that God believes will reach you. Exactly.
Okay, I'm back.
Secret agent man.
Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Sorry for that. I'm just busy man. What can I say?
Well, I'd like to tell you that you should tell your secret agent crew that they get their shit together because for 3 to 4 hours, most likely 4, if not more, if you can manage, and you can't because I have a dinner coming up at 4 o'clock.
I know.
Anyways, if I can manage to go 4 hours without calling you, it'd be lovely. Just lovely.
They cannot, unfortunately. Yeah. So, all right, let's go to the verses because I was speaking about the thrones, right? Seats, and so on. I give you the verse. Maybe you can bring it, and specifically, I use King James Bible because I know you like it, and I've checked it.
I like it. What the fuck you say? What are you talking about? I like it. I didn't say I like the King James version.
No, you prefer it because it's easier. Okay.
I can read it. It's easier to read, but I would actually read like the New International version or one of those over even the King James at this point.
It's the most popular.
What is Shakti?
I don't know. I have no idea. I never heard it. Shakti? I never heard this one.
Me neither.
Are you sure you type it properly?
Sounds exotic. Shakti. Kind of exciting. You should explain further. But Hebrews 1:3 is who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high.
Yeah, and the keyword sat down, right?
Okay.
So on the right hand of God.
I thought you were making a point with the male dominated
No. I came back to the right.
Which is why I was stressing those things because I was like, all right, here we go.
Right.
But yes, sat down on the right hand. It's an action. It's an active active throne situation.
I don't think so. He was sitting on his 3 letters, right? So yeah. Another verse. I just want to, Kundalini. Okay, Jesus Christ. That's okay. If you look into yoga and all the religion, and I can give you link to the video of the most known, the best of all yoga teachers. This woman, she's gone to the best yogis in the world. She has achieved the highest level possible, and she knew that on the deep level is demonic. Yoga, which they are practicing, those poses, it's opening themselves to the demons. I'm not talking about the people in yoga stretching in the houses. I'm talking yoga on a deep level. So Kundalini, all this freaking BS is demonic. Yeah. So
prepare to be triggered when you come in with the secret agent, man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the trigger man.
He is the trigger man. He is the secret agent trigger man. Colossians 3:1. If ye then be risen with Christ, seek those things which are above, where Christ sitteth on the right hand of God.
Yep. Another one. I have next one. I just want to show you that he is sitting on the right hand. So, and you clearly can see it separated. He's God the Father, God the Son. And he's sitting on his right hand, right? So you already have 2 of them, right? So it's not like a one God, as a oneness say, right? And people who don't believe in Holy Trinity.
I just want, for those that do listen to this as a podcast, God bless you. You don't get the full experience when you can't see the live chat that gets shown on the screen. But it started out where we were getting challenged by many what seemed to be males in the live chat, and now the women and the divine feminine, which doesn't exist in JK's opinion, an interpretation of the Bible, is rising up.
It's existing in the Luciferian, Babylonian, Talmudic book. It exists there. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it exists from the evil side. That's what you're referring to. It's not in the Bible.
Right, man. You're good thing that you're on a screen and you're not. Like these women can't put their hands on you. Let's just say that. They might change your mind by force. Mark 16:19. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven and sat on the right hand of God.
And I have another one.
All right, let's beat the heck out of this horse. Let's just beat it down till it's there on the ground or on the throne, I guess. Beat it into the throne.
Put the next one, please.
I'm getting there, sir. Psalm 110:1. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool.
Yep. And there is another one. This one speaks about, if I recall, describes Jesus on the right hand of God, as usually, right? And receiving and what's the word? Pouring out of the Holy Spirit. Yeah, so I think that's the one. Thanks, Rich. Thanks. Cheers.
Right. Not all women believe in that. Yeah, I get it. All right. Let's start a war with the women. All I see in their chat now is women. It seems all the men have left. Cowards, all of you. Women are here to show you up. All the ladies have shown up now. They're the real warriors. Acts 2, which is the way that they want it here in the world, but the women are stepping up, so God bless you. Acts 2:33, therefore being by the right hand of God exalted, and having received of the Father the promise of the Holy Ghost, he hath shed forth this, which ye now see and hear.
Yeah, so exactly in this verse, you can figure it out, and that the Holy Spirit has to be on the right hand of God, and God the Father as well, right? And which you can see and hear, which exactly means physically visible and audible, right? So yeah, that's the Holy Trinity. Here you go. Right. Now I have to break, for example, Deuteronomy, that was 6:4, and Revelation 22:3, I believe, or 3. You have, for example, modalism or modalistic monarchism is theology saying God is one absolute person who reveals himself in 3 distinct modes, right? So all is God. God the Father, he reveals himself in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, rather than 3 distinct persons. And in the verses above, we can clearly see that he is described as 3 distinct, right? But in modalism, so they say it's one, just revealing himself in those 3. Nope.
It's like all women here now.
What?
It's just crazy. Welcome, Lizarachi. Lizarachi.
Mainly the modalism, right? It was developed in the late 2nd and 3rd century, Anno Domini AD, by Noteus. It's Notianism, Praxis, Patripraxianism, Sabellius, Sabellianism. That's why I always speak about those isms, right? It's all from the devil to deceive and divide Christians into those small groups. Because divided, not together, easier to conquer, right?
Right.
For example, church leaders like Tertullian, Hippolytus, and Origen denounced and disregarded this view in the 3rd century in the Cripplegate article. I'll give you all those isms, so you will have it. Give me a second.
All right. I know none of those 3 people that you just mentioned. I didn't understand what you said. And
like we're speaking about as well, church fathers, so it's good to know those names because I'm looking into church history, church fathers, and so on, so it's good to know what first Christians were claiming, who were looking to those things, and he had the first-hand knowledge, or they were how is it called? They were taught by the people who had first-hand knowledge, right? Passed knowledge to them, right? So they had very, very close knowledge to the source, right? So yeah, I'm just looking into those people, right? So give me a second. I will give you those names.
Noetus, Noetian, ism.
That's why I always highlight ism, like a common ism, right? Catholicism, Islamism, Judaism, but there is no Christianism, right? Double speak. They have to tell you.
Catholicism,
Yeah.
Mormonism.
Yes, exactly. But there is no Christianism, right?
What's Praxius Patripassianism?
Yes, that's derives from his name.
What about patriotism?
Patriotism.
Is that a false religion?
Patriot. Depends how you define patriot. The ones, for example, the Americans, they call soldiers from the army patriots, right? They go to different countries, killing them in different countries. How the fuck they are defending America? But they tell you that always, oh, we are going abroad to defend our country. Against fucking who? No one fucking invaded your country. It's all bullshit. It's all military industrial complex and killing other people. It's working for the devil.
Right. I mean, there's aspects of like being American that I do love about like the Constitution and what it should be in a republic, and those things are, I do believe, worth fighting for. But the more this continues to go on, man, I just think it's all another part of the theatrical show, man. It sucks. It sucks. It's rough. But let's move on. Sabellianism. True. And Paul, who was named Saul, murdered Christians and other people of other faiths. No, don't even do that, man.
I like it.
Elitism, that's not a thing, man. Don't throw me into this basket. Church leaders like Tertullian, Hippolytus. It sounds like a disease. I don't think I said that right.
It does, yes.
Origin. I don't want to say it like the state, but it does look like origin, like generation. Rejected. You put rejected.
Yeah, sorry.
Rejected view in the 3rd century in the Cripplegate article. Never heard of the Cripplegate article. Interesting.
That's the early church, right? That's why I speak about the church fathers. Yeah, I'll be speaking about church fathers as well. I list majority of them, so they use. Let's go further.
We have some fun here, right?
Always, man. Always.
Rebecca, is this your first time here? Welcome. We have some fun. I'm not gonna lie.
That
I have fun, and if you don't have fun when I have fun, then
that your nation is not America. It's your state national, right? In America, your nation is not American, not USA. You receive your state nation from your state, right? Nation state, right? That's worth to know, right? It's all world play. They play with you. It's good to know those things.
We could put our hands on you. You would be healed. Okay. I'm a little scared, but okay. What's next? Where are we headed?
Right. So I just want to speak a bit more about those isms, right? So like this ism, right? Like a modal ism, which I mentioned just before, right? Which is modalistic monarchism, right? Again, ism. Exactly, those view these as roles of the Christ, the God the Father, and the Holy Spirit, as a manifestation, a sound. What's the word for that? Sequentially, sequentially, the good word. Opposed to the traditional Holy Trinity, and I have to highlight it. Word traditional. I'll be speaking about tradition a lot, and traditional Holy Trinity, not perverted, adjusted, changed, and so on and so forth. Traditional. This word has really meaning, right? Right. Give me a second.
Less and less every day, but yes, they do. The world is trying to take away the traditional values.
Right. Okay, I'm back. So
that he did, but in ways that we disagree, Monica.
Jesus came. I agree with you. Jesus came to set shit straight.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, big time. I can't argue with that. So I mentioned before about the Deuteronomy 6:4, right? This one.
When you say that you're going to put your hands on me and heal me, like that makes me a little nervous. You're also talking about divine or the Kundalini. Kundalini is scary to me.
So if you look into the Kundalini and all those things, right? If you look into the colors and how they are placed, so mainly we have rainbow from God, right? Which is promise from God. There will be no more flood. So when you look into the Kundalini and the rainbow flag, right, you will see that those colors are reverted upside down, as above, so below. So when you flip organs, sex, and the head, intellect, and the sex. So on top, in the pride flag, is sex. Intelligence is on the lowest. That's how devil shows you who he is, how he perverts people, how he destroys them, because he flips everything, as above, so below. Yeah. It's all in symbolism. That's why you have to learn, read their language, what they tell us. Symbols are very important. Many people said, I said it before, when people will learn to read signs and symbols, the veil from their eyes will fall off. It was Mason, but it's an important quote.
Right. And Rebecca, yes. A lot of the men left earlier because they couldn't handle the banter. It's just banter. I mean nothing by it. Most of the time, I'm just teasing. I'm a very sarcastic person, and I'm a very ornery man. You've been warned.
Been warned, right?
Welcome, if you can handle it.
Yeah, for snake synchronicities or for sake? Rebecca, what did you want to say? For snake or for sake? Snake, it's, I have the list of the, I don't know, 32 points mainly related to the Vatican. It's Luciferian. It's not from God, because you have building, right, which is audience hall, looks like a shape of snake's head, right? You have demons behind the throne's pope. You have telescope called Lucifer. You have chamber of Lucifer in the on the lowest level of Vatican, right? You have pillars which they look like snakes teeth, right? There's plenty of symbolism over there. You have phallus, which is in the center, which is related to the old god who was divided in pieces. They couldn't find just his phallus. That's what it symbolizes. So it's everywhere in the symbolism. Everywhere is symbolism. We have to really first understand and later comprehend what they're telling us. It's very important, because if you do not know what they're telling, you think you are in a war, but you already lost because you don't know how to fight. That's why it's important. Do you want a version from the Matthew Bible or King James? Because I have both links.
I don't want either. I want New International Version or something like that.
I can go and get the link.
I can't read the Matthew Bible. I mean,
okay.
I'd have to have it side by side with something. So give me like New
International. I give you King James because I've the ones which I have both. I always compare them if they are similar, right? So I'm only giving you the one which I have tested and checked if they have the same meaning, right? There is no perversion. So the one which I'm giving you, they are quite similar, right? Not exactly, but the same meaning, right?
But Monica, that's the same symbol when they have it on like the hospital, like the medical world. Like they've taken the two snakes up the thing. Like it's not good.
Yes, you're talking about the Christos, which is going from the bottom up when there is no ejaculation. After 1 month, it's going to your head, and then you're getting enlightenment. That's, I know what you're referring to. Christos, which is in spine, right? I get it. Right, I gave you.
There it is. Shh. It's okay. It's okay, JK. I switched it to the New International Version for you. Stargates. It's star seeds, Rebecca. It's star seeds. Stargates are portals, or they're some kind of a portal.
Yes.
All right. So you want me to read? How much of this do you want me to read?
Just maybe the 4. So people get confused with it,
Through this one?
The Lord is one. Yeah, people always say, "Oh, you see, that's the evidence. The Lord is just one. There is no Trinity." That's what people come with, right?
Deuteronomy 6. This is the NIV. Love the Lord your God. These are the commands, decrees, and laws the Lord your God directed me to teach you to observe in the land that you are crossing the Jordan to possess, so that you, your children, and their children after them may fear the Lord your God as long as you live, by keeping all his decrees and commands that I give you, and so that you may enjoy long life. Hear, Israel, and be careful to obey, so that it may go well with you, and that you may increase greatly in a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord God, the God of your ancestors, promised you. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one.
Yes, and I want to focus on this one, because people saying, you see, there's no Holy Trinity, because there is Lord is one, is said in the Bible. But you have to always look into Bible, into context. It's not like a one verse taken out of context, because you can pervert any verse for Bible if you want by using just one verse. So that's why now I want to bring you Revelation 22:3, and you will understand the context, what it's talking about. It's exactly speaking and highlighting, emphasizing unity in authority, as a one unity in one authority. They have authority. those three, right? So I will drop you the link.
Yes, you did.
Very good, very good.
Resizing it, changing to the new international version. And now I will share it onto the screen. This is Revelation 22:3. No longer will there be any curse. The throne of God and of the Lamb will be in the city, and his servants will serve him.
So here you have confirmation. There is a throne of God, God the Father, and the Lamb. We know it's Christ, right? So you have already seen there are two thrones, right? So that's what I was referring before. And you can clearly see that two mentioned, not one, but God the Father and the Lamb, which is Christ, right? So that's the context. So we have to take Bible into context.
Servants, and they would serve under the throne.
Yeah. So that's important things, about speaking about those things and seeing them, how they are, how the Bible describes them. Because literally, if you take any verse, you can pervert any verse any way you want. Context matter. Always highlighted. I never stop. Let's say, before I give you some examples like preterism, Satan's short season, I was speaking about it before, right, in the two streams. Modalism, or what was called modalistic monarchism, right? Yeah, modalistic monarchism. I won't be speaking about all of the similar beliefs which contradict the Holy Trinity, but as far as I know, their all names end with ism. Again, there is no Christianism because they have to tell you the truth. That's how they operate. So they're telling you in plain sight, but you have to learn to read it and understand it and later comprehend it. There is no Christianism, doesn't exist. So that they have tell you because they are obliged and they have to follow their rules. And they have to tell you what's the truth, but you have to learn to read it and understand, right? Before I was talking a few times about those isms, right? And I'm pretty often bringing this stuff because from perspective is very important. And again, there is no such thing as a Christianism. That doesn't exist. They are not promoting Christianity. They are promoting perverted version of Christianity, and possibly it could be called Christianism in this way, the perverted version of Christianity. It doesn't exist, Christianism, but if you want to use Christianism, it's only perverted version of Christianism, of Christianity, right? Those denominations, all of those denominations are not Christianity. So I can tell you that if someone says that the denomination, whatever name you want to give it, Preterism, Protestantism, Catholicism, is Christianity, no. Just I don't give a fuck about those strange and implemented views. They are not in my view at all, because I know how they operate. They use word spells, they use word magic, and all this BS. So no, I just reject it straight away because I know how they operate. I look into it for many decades. Okay, now we are going to the second trinity in the angelic hierarchy, which is exactly the middle hierarchy, and it's called the dominions or dominations, or as well lordships, right? And it consists of dominions, virtues, and powers. So now I will just characterize what they are, just shortly. Dominions are, they were the high-ranking angels, and they are serving in the second sphere. This sphere, this part of the angelic hierarchy, is called middle triad, or of the celestial hierarchy. Their main primary duty is to, let's say, manage and subordinate angels, which are virtues and powers, who are
those
lower.
Are angels and archangels.
Later we speak the way below.
I know, but it'd be nice to point it out that that's who they're managing.
Yes.
Do you see this as like the levels of like heaven too, where like the higher ones are like protecting the throne of God, the next ones are protecting the next layer, and then the archangels and angels are the ones that we're more likely to see here in this realm interacting with this war?
It's not exactly in the levels of heaven. That's exactly just as hierarchy. How the whole hierarchy is designed.
All right.
What?
Hierarchy are levels. There are levels.
Yes, but I'm not referring to the seven heaven and so on in the matter of layers of heaven.
Seven heaven. I know about that too. I agree. I'm not breaking it up. I'm just saying, like, principalities of the air, they have different, like, front line versus
yes
that are higher up.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. You're correct.
Okay. Excellent.
Right.
Hallelujah.
Right. So
sometimes you feel like everybody versus JK's beliefs.
Oh yeah, man, it's normal for me, So look, I can get it, if you won't start looking into those things, and you want to share that, you mainly operate, on something which you have heard. But when you get into it, you start seeing the nuances and the differences, right? And I get it. I'm multiple times the same way in the multiple topics because I operate from the level of assumption, because we have all been programmed. I'm still programmed. I'm trying to deprogram myself, but I will never 100% deprogram myself. It's freaking impossible, literally impossible. But I'm trying my best, to change it in the matter, in the best way it possibly can be done from my own perspective, in my own way, right?
Right. And then my job, I must challenge you, sir. To a duel. Yeah. Okay, now really. Yeah. What's up, Miss Cajones?
For the girl.
But I will challenge you, sir. I will.
Right.
Because you challenge me.
So mainly the dominions, right? They act as rulers, I would say, administrators, or regulators, I would say, of God's will, right? They're just acting on it. They mainly execute God's orders regarding to the elements. They are responsible for the implementation of how God wants things done. They are managing and overseeing the governance. What was else? Their roles, how to put it in words, are related to the, what was the phrase? I forgot, freaking, that was, I remember. Cosmic order of the space, no, of the cosmic order of the universe. Yeah, that was the one. Cosmic order of the universe. Man, it's freaking hard to remember this shit. So, and they're trying to be sure to push it, to ensure the divine order and the justice. That's their purpose. The middle rank in those, which is virtues, right? It's the whole middle rank, which is the middle hierarchy. It's kind of administrative, like administration. I would say it in the most simple way. Administrative roles. That's how I can put it. They basically oversees the govern. Mainly they oversees, they look after, and they govern the whole process of the spiritual warfare on our side. They're not per se involved on their own, but they manage this spiritual warfare, because on spiritual warfare usually they are guardian angels and angels, right? And sometimes they're involved as well. It's not their role to be involved by themselves, but sometimes they do. That's why it's a bit confusing, because it's not their role, but God assigned them this role sometimes. He's sending them, right? They
so breach. JK, it sounds like there's an intruder in your home. Just be aware.
No, it's housemate.
Something's afoot.
It's housemate.
Okay.
Yeah.
False alarm.
False alarm, yes. Right. Where was I? Speaking about the managing spiritual. What else? There were a few things I remember. They are kind of they erase or better word would be they bridge the gap. Yeah, that's the proper one. They bridge the gap between the very high-ranking angels, and those angels who deal directly with humanity. So there's just like a connection between them, right? And they are exactly the ones who are making our minds enlightened, so we can experience the God's will ourselves. And those exactly, which is interesting, they are known to assist in the profound, huge, really huge, massive acts of justice and mercy. So those are the responsible for that. And now we have the virtues, right? And they are called as well as strongholds or spirits of motion. And the virtues mainly are known as shining ones, right? And they are responsible for the maintaining natural order. They governing natural phenomena, and they oversee the nature. They are governing the elements, all those which are controlling seasons, stars, moon, sun, celestial bodies, and so on, right?
You'll never know.
What?
Nothing.
All right. And the virtues are responsible for the miracles, and they are as well called creators of miracles. I have read somewhere they are kind of, someone wrote it, they are 007s of miracles on earth. I remember this one, That was kind of funny for me. I remember that. Yeah. They are providers of not angelic, divine strength. That's the word I was looking for. They are supporting and making stronger, let's say, strengthening the human faith, and they are helping and assisting individuals when they are trying to go beyond their boundaries, their limitations. Oh yeah, that's the one. Beyond their limitations. They are as well strengthening the physical world. What else was there? They bring, I remember, grace, but something with the military as well. Yeah, I remember. Valor. They bring valor and grace to the human hearts. That's the one, right? And they work as well with the power of love and the courage itself. The courage, right? Now we come to the, what was that? That was dominions, virtues, now have powers, right? Now we go to the powers. Powers are called as well authorities. The powers are warrior angels. They serve as a border patrol between heaven and the earth. They fight all of those demons, all those evil forces, right? And they're called as well guardians of the cosmic balance. They are protectors, and they protect the law of creation, which has been provided by God, right? They stopping, pushing back, restraining demonic forces from harming humanity and controlling evil spirits. They fight against all those influences, right, from the demonic side that causes the chaos, right? They mainly combat all those evil forces, and they are kind of monitors. Better word would be they're monitoring the distribution of power among humankind, right? And they serve as omnibus, like let's say specialists who provide ideological and religious advice. They maintain order, they maintain equilibrium, yeah, so it will be like a balanced, right? And that's the end of the second Trinity. Now we go to the third Trinity, which is the lowest hierarchy, it consists of the principalities, archangels, and angels, right? Generally speaking, they deal directly with humanity. Of course, there are exceptions. Higher, sometimes they are sent by God from the first and second level, but mainly those are responsible for the dealing their connection with humanity. They deal directly with humanity. They are serving as a messengers and protectors. Angel itself means exactly messenger, right? Messenger of God, right? So we have the first one of those three is principalities, and it's called as well prince. I don't know how to pronounce it. Princedoms. Let me write it down. I don't know how to pronounce it. How to pronounce it properly? Princedoms.
Yeah, I'd say princedoms.
Princedoms, right? I don't know how to write it, but I don't know how to pronounce it.
Right. That doesn't mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I need my son Gabriel. All right.
Monarchical sovereign state or feudal territory ruled by a prince or princess. Why would it be ruled by a princess if it's a monarchy?
Monarchy can be, you can have queen or you can have king.
Oh, okay.
So monarchy is not only male.
Like a royalty thing?
Yes. Monarchy can be male or female, right?
What was I thinking? Male dominated. I thought monarchy was. What's a patriarchy versus a monarchy? Oh, matriarchy is what I
Matriarchy, okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, matriarchy is in the Jewish religion, right?
Right.
That's why you inherit your so-called Jewishness from the mother's side, not from the father's side, right?
Mandas wants more JK and less Booma San. Let's just say it. Let's be honest here.
No, you're great. You're great. I'm just here to just share some knowledge. And you're asking proper questions, so I like it, So yeah, and challenging me.
Oh, I'm doing much more than that, sir. You have no idea.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, I appreciate you. So we're on the third level, and this is getting into archangels and angels.
Yes, exactly. But first, I want to finish with the princedoms, right? And I want to speak about them a bit, so we have a wider understanding of the subject of the matter, right? Okay. So they are described as spiritual generals of this triad. So they are the highest, right? Because you have principalities, archangels, angels, right? Going from top to bottom, right? So they are generals of those three, right? Of archangels and angels. So principalities are above archangels, yeah? So they hold the highest authority within this group and are responsible for the large-scale oversight, right? Princedoms receive their authority from the dominions, because all the knowledge, as I mentioned before, comes from God to the cherubim, seraphim, thrones, and so forth, right? It's going just from top to bottom. So there is connection between all of them, and they work as one. Mainly they manage earthly things, earthly affairs. They how to say it?
Hi, Michelle.
What?
We have Michelle has to take off. She's saying goodbye,
right.
Michelle. Much love. She has to go.
Right.
She'll catch the full replay.
It's very nice to have you here with us. Thank you for listening to my rambling. Those are how to say it? Guardians, but they are specific guardians. Yeah, they are spiritual guardians of the nations, of the cities. Guardians, yes.
Guardian sounds kind of cool, though. I'm not going to lie.
I just know my pronunciation, right? Guardians.
It sounds kind of cool, but it is guardians, just so people
Thank
know.
you. Yeah, probably I forget it. Guardians. I try to remember. Yeah, you know what? Always correct me when I pronounce something incorrectly. Please always correct me, right?
I try. You don't leave a lot of room to sneak something in if you know.
Nah. My English is not very high level, so yeah, I really need to improve it. Need to work on it, on my vocabulary.
Hey, you do great, sir.
Thank you.
First language.
I appreciate
have
that.
no other language that I could speak.
English is pretty easy, on the low level. On the high level, it's different level.
Right.
Right. Like, what's his name? Peterson, for fuck's sake. When he starts speaking, man, it's like, yeah, I get it all, but to speak this way, I was like, man, it's impossible.
Right. Lulu knows. There's basically that can certainly get you by, but it gets tougher and tougher. It's a wild language.
But I always struggle with this because look, those, for example, this level, right? Like I said, they are spiritual guardians. I remember. They mainly the guardians of nations, cities, and major institutions, right? But I still think like they do kind of shitty job because those institutions are really doing shitty job. So I think it's still part of the God's plan. It has to go this way because I think it's all going to the heavenly city coming from the heaven, right? And God wants to fix everything because I assume God wanna show us how it's bad without Him and how it will be good with Him, right? For this millennial reign for 1,000 years. So I think that's part of His plan. That's my assumption. Because I'm not in God's head, I cannot claim that I know what God thinks. It's my assumption, right? As I'm telling you, I think this way, but I cannot give you any evidence supporting my claim. That's clearly my assumption in this case, right? So I always try to tell you when I know something and I assume something. Thank you.
Right. I think some people could listen to this and just, for fuck's sakes.
For fuck's sake, yeah.
For fuck's sake, they love JK's accent.
Yeah, it's a Polish accent, but influenced by the Italian and French. That's why it's kind of off. I don't think so. I really can be heard as a pure Polish guy because I don't suspect I have such hard accent as majority of Polish guys, right? But it's influenced by French and then the Italian. So that's why probably it's off a bit, a lot, I would say.
It's unique. Yeah.
It's unique. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Unique doesn't always mean good, right? Maybe in this case.
Unique doesn't always mean good. That is true. But in this case, it does.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Celtic twag is. Oh yeah, Grom. I agree. They are badass. And we have. I've heard that we have 3 more groups, which no one knows how they're even called. And they are even better than Grom, supposedly. I don't know. Rumors, So, yeah. Right. Badass. Let's go back to the topic, right?
Secret Asian man. JK's a secret Asian man.
Yeah. I like it. Sorry. Yeah. No worries. All good. Principalities, right? And princedoms, they mainly guide human history. Right, but our history is not really good, right? Unless it was good, but it was hidden from us, like a Tartaria and other stuff, right? Because we don't really know our real history. Because it's like, if we can believe that Napoleon said that the history is written by victors, right? If we can believe it, that he was him. But I would agree with your statement.
Victors are bastards that spend 24/7 figuring out how they can take advantage of their fellow men.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
And they always twist everything, right? So that's unfortunate, and we believe it because it's in the books and in history lessons, and on TV, on films, and film industry, and so on and so forth, right? So we are being indoctrinated from the cradle to the grave. If you think you're not indoctrinated, you're wrong. Believe me in that. Everyone is. I am as well.
They do feed us the hero's journey over and over again to make us feel like the good guys always win. When it's in history, in this world, it's the opposite. The bad guys almost always win. Now, in the end, they don't. But in the worldly sense, they've dominated. Bastards.
So, if you look from the let's say religious perspective, they always lose. But from the earthly perspective, they always win. I don't care about the earthly things. I care about the godly things.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Let's go further. They provide the protection, steps to follow. What's the word for it? Guidance versus demonic temptations and evil influences. because inherently when you are tempted and you feel something, oh, I don't think so, it's a good thing to do, right? You know it. How do you know it? Maybe it's coming from them, right? So because fuck those fuckers. That's how Irish person would say it, fuck those fuckers.
Definitely doesn't sound Asian. That's for sure.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why I would sound Asian?
No, Valerie's saying you definitely don't sound.
Asian. Right.
You got a little bit about everything else, though, huh?
Yeah, if you want, I can speak like an Asian. That's no problem for me. I can speak like an Asian.
Oh man,
I love the accents.
It is fun doing accents. Sometimes people come on and I start talking their accent just because, like, it's always accents are always interesting to me. I don't know if I did it to you, but then some people come on and I think I'm making fun of them, and I'm like, I didn't mean to make fun of you. It's just someone speaks differently. I just tend to like mimic it because it's interesting to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I love Indian accent. Man, what are you talking about, my friend?
I know, man. When I get going on that one, I could talk like that for a long time because I think it's entertaining. There's just something very, very interesting about it, and technical, like the way they stress things and hit things. It's almost mathematical.
Yes, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. It is something in it.
Oh, right.
Now
we make fun of it a little bit because we see them a lot, like in the gas stations and stuff. They dominate.
I will implement that in my vocabulary, mathematical language.
Right. It's very mathematical. It's I don't know.
I agree with that, man. Oh, I never thought about this in this way. Yeah, but you're right. I agree with that.
Right. There's a guy that's JRM that's in the Telegram chat. I haven't seen him very much lately, but we did do some shows together where he followed the Q operation, and he's Indian, and he's also a very talented musician, and it made sense that they would be. And then you get the sitars, and you get some of that Eastern sound that comes from Indian culture. Very beautiful, but I think that they understand like melodies and stuff more because it's almost like they have a higher mathematical ability in between like the notes. I don't know. They get it. That's what you do when you're getting ready to do your Asian accent.
Because someone said that I have
a little harder. Yes, freedom versus slavery. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I love joking, so I just live for jokes. I really love it, I love situational jokes. Someone says something, I always like to what's the word? Bounce back the ball. Not pun intended, right?
Right.
All right, let's go further. I was talking about what? About the principalities, right? Yes.
Yeah, princedom.
Yes, princedoms, right. Which is here the lowest hierarchy, right. What I was speaking about, what I have mentioned, I lost my drill. Something I was thinking. I was talking about the evil temptation influences, something like
that. Something, yeah. Go with that.
They provide steps and the guide human history, right?
Right. Yeah. So oftentimes the victors they write the history books.
Right. Get you. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I just gone straight from the from speaking, and I lost it. Now I don't know what I was talking about.
Well, I'd like to get into a little bit of this because this is more what you see in the Bible, where you hear, like I said earlier, I think when this started, like the Book of Daniel, where he's calling and praying in the lion's den for help and assistance, and took apparently the angel a long time to get through the barriers that had been set in place here by the fallen angels. So yeah, I'm not saying you were going there, but when you say that the evil writes the history books, those are the motherfuckers that really write it. It might be a man or whatever, or a woman that's doing the actual physical writing, but it's the principalities that control that the history, the changing of the world in the direction like now we're seeing humanism. So now you're seeing the literature change to favoring wearables and transhumanism and the technology age that is upon us.
And where it leads to the perversion of God's creation. That's the agenda of the Satan or the devil, of the Lucifer, right? To pervert.
Bio-digital convergence.
Yes,
biology,
all those things.
Yep.
It's all technology. And remember I mentioned before in the Book of Enoch that the fallen angels provided for us technology, right? How to fight each other, weapons, and so on and so forth. It's all people thinking it's progress. It's regress, to be honest, because we are getting better and better in killing each other, which serves Satan's agenda. But people don't see it this way, right? They think it's a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. To be honest, if I would have possibility now to get rid of internet totally from the earth, I would do it in a split second. Because I would
and there might come a time what I'm doing here is attempt to bring awareness and stuff like that. What I do to share Sabrina's work is a part of that. One of the most important, if not the most important part of what I'm doing now. And then exposing grifters and stuff is something that I will continue to do, and I'm working on something right now. But then me and Biscuits and I are working on something that is to fight that. But if at some point, like it gets to the point where like the best thing to do is just disconnect, I will fucking disappear and I will be done with all of this shit, and you will not hear from or see me again. I'll just be done with it.
That's the best way, Remember before when we were young, we were going, with the friends. We didn't have phones, right? I don't know if you remember this time. There were no phones.
Yeah, it's the way I grew up, man. Internet wasn't really coming in until I was about ready to graduate high school.
Oh, I was pretty old, whatever. But back in the days, you had to come to the neighbor, to knock to the door, ask if your friend can go out, right? So you couldn't call them. You could scream to the window, "Hey, come on, come down," whatever, right? It's a different story, man. Right.
Right.
Someone mentioned about it was referred as mixing iron with the clay. Right. It's a pretty long topic. I better just summarize that quickly. Yes. Humus from the ground. It's from God. Clay, nature. Lucifer, Satan cannot create anything. He can only pervert, right? So we know that the human body is built from cells, right? And what we use now, cell phones, cell towers, right? It's all perversion. So it's mixing clay and iron, you're correct. So, but how we would mix clay and iron? It doesn't fit together, right? But, for example, if you take vaccines, you have heavy metals, you have graphene oxide, you have graphene hydroxide, right? Which has, if you check it under microscope, you will find that has a shape of hexagon. But so hexagon has 6 angles, right? But the molecule has 3 hexagons, so it has 6 and 6 and 6, right? I was talking before about the double-strand DNA, double helix, right? And triple helix with the so-called vaccines, with the Moderna, with the Pfizer, J&J, Sputnik. I was speaking about it before. That's how I mix it. I was speaking about as well mixing of one of the parents who is double DNA and triple DNA, right? And I was talking about numbers, 144, 216,000, 360,000, right? I don't know if I want to break it down again. If you're interested, I can tell you about this stuff in more details, about the double DNA, triple DNA, vaccines.
Topic, huh?
Yeah, it's a long topic, it's and I had a dream about this, because Holy Spirit told me to look deeper into numbers. Then I really understood what it means, mixed clay and iron, and all the numbers, right? 144 from God, so it's 9. Triple DNA, it's 3 multiply 72, because each strand of DNA has 72,000 molecules, right? So you have 216,000. So 2 plus 1 plus 6 is 9 again. Then you mix double DNA and triple DNA. So it's 144,000 plus 216,000. It's 360,000. 3 plus 6 is 9. So you have 999. As below, as above, so below. If you turn it 180 degrees, you have again 666. It's not coincidence. The 6s are everywhere. If you introduce so-called vaccines, COVID-1984 vaccine to the human body, then you have triple DNA, right? And you change God's signature, which is 10565 to 105,665. because if you look into the sulfuric bridge, which is connection between the strands of DNA, left and right, okay, then you have this connection is called exactly sulfuric bridge. And so this sulfuric bridge is always after 10 enzyme, 5th enzyme, 6th and 5th enzyme. If you translate those letters, those numbers, sorry, to the Hebrew, Aramaic alphabet, you have God's signature, Yahweh, in your DNA. But when you introduce vaccine, this 10-5-6-5 changes to 10-5-6-6-6-5. That's too many coincidences, right? I don't believe in coincidences. So it's all in plain sight, but you have to learn to look into those things, right? Someone needs a ambulance, right? Yeah, so even Jews themselves were saying that the Messiah, which they claim that the Messiah will come from the Nephilim. Their own words, not my words. Their rabbis saying that, the highest rabbis, that their Messiah, who will be the Antichrist, will come from the Nephilim. And Nephilim is fallen angel, right? Right? So they're saying that.
I feel like lately, Mandas, I have been more tame. It was crazier earlier while you were here. I don't know why all of a sudden now you're bailing, but
right. Anyway. Let's go because we divert from the subject. Let's go further.
We only have 25 minutes, and then I got to eat it. So there you go.
So if you want later, I can speak in way more details about those vaccines, those 666, everywhere, and I can give you very long list. Right. Okay. Yeah, so right. Principalities, right? The lowest hierarchy, right? So what was okay? So what's important about this group is as well this let's say level, right? This hierarchy. They have some overlays with the, let's say, quote mark, group angels in a matter of duties, their roles, their responsibilities, what they have to do, and so on and so forth. Their relation to the group powers, right? Because you have just, it's called powers, right? Mainly while the powers directly confront, they fight against the devil and his legions, right? Which you mentioned before, is spiritual warfare. The principalities and angels apply and they provide this protection directly to all human lives. What's about them else? They make people stronger. They let's say strengthen human. How to say it? What was that? There was something about this. Shit, I need to make a better notes, man. I'm forgetting stuff. I need to be more detailed than that. It's hard to remember all those things, man, literally. Triple spirals, Tarkas. Right. Correct. Nice one. Yeah, I will look into it as well. Maybe there's some connection to it. Number of steps. Will be interesting. Miss Coco Jones. Right. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. I never thought about this. I never made this connection. Could be something there.
Miss Coco Jones.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. I was calling her Miss Co Jones in the beginning, and she's Miss Cojones. She has the big cojones. But now she's Miss Coco Jones. Anyways.
So
I must make a pee-pee.
Okay, go on. I'll be talking. I know it was important. It was something about the God's law. Right. I know. So mainly the principalities, right? They help and they make stronger. They strengthen humans to live according to God's law, right? That's the one. That's important. So they are the ones possible who are helping us to obey God's law, right? As well, they are kind of inspiration, or they inspire arts and science. Real science, not scientism, right? I'm not following scientism at all. I only follow science. What was else about them? I don't know. I missed a few things because they had quite a lot of things to do. Sorry about that. Next time I just put more details for myself. Yeah. They're like that's from where it comes from, like a muse, right? It was in Rome, for example. They had, even now people say that, oh, I have my muse and it's helping me writing books and so on. But this one is come from the devil, right? But in a matter of angelic powers, real angelic on God's side, they are inspired human in the realm of science and art. So they are helping their inspiration. Like you could say it's muse, but muse exactly, it's demonic. So angelic, it's from their side, right? They're helping with the creating and the delivering fresh ideas that humans have prayed for. So if you are praying, you want to achieve something. If you are sincere and you pray for the idea, it will be delivered to you because God listens to you, to your prayers. What else was there? Yeah, this one is important. They as well, not helping, but they exactly per se executing God's will on earth. They are the one who are responsible for that. They are responsible for execution of God's will on earth. They, and of course, because it's a hierarchy, right? So they receive their commands from the higher choirs, which are dominions, right? Which I mentioned before already. And they as well carry out God's plan for the society. And they enforce divine justice. Divine justice is God's justice. There is only one justice, God's justice, and one law, which is God's law. So all so-called laws, when people say that all government creates laws, no. Because if you look into Banter dictionary or Blackstone dictionary, so-called legality language, you will find what the law really means. And you have to remember, something which is legal doesn't mean it's lawful. Because, for example, in the Luciferian system, it's legal to pay taxes, but it's unlawful. Because how you can charge someone for living? So you have to give them the money for your work, right? They're charging you for that. How I can come to you and tell you, you have to pay me X amount of your money? How it's called? It's called fucking extortion. That's what government are doing. But yet we have been programmed, and everyone does that. If you're in America, you can literally look into how do not pay taxes, because it's all about coercion. So it's even illegal to pay taxes, because if you ask them to provide for you ground in their so-called laws to pay taxes, they cannot provide it. Yes, exactly. Legal and lawful are two different things. Yeah, I agree with you, hey girl. And because, why? Because words have fucking meaning. I always say it, and I will never stop. We have to really learn the real meanings of the words and how they really, what they really means. So yes, extortion, yes. They extort you under extortion, and on top of it, it's under threat of arrest. Because if you do not comply with their fucking extortion, they will jail you, right? That's why you have to know your rights. And I go back to the law. Government cannot create law. They can only create bills, steps to follow, guidances, but not law, because law stands for land, air, water. Government, which exactly means governmentis, which means control your mind, Latin and Greek combine. Law stands for land, air, water. And government cannot create land, can't create air, can't create water. By definition, government can't create law. But you see, they use doublespeak. That's how they deceive us. That's why I say again, we have to understand and they comprehend what they tell us. So if you have knowledge, you have to act on it. And I always say it. Why? Because knowledge is fucking nothing if you don't act on it. It means nothing. Let's say you know which numbers will be next day in Lotto, right? It's called Mega Ball or whatever in USA. If you know those numbers, but you do not go and choose the numbers, you won't win, right? So you had knowledge, but you didn't act on it. That's why it's very important. If you have knowledge, you have to fucking act on it. So what I'm telling you, don't use smartphones, don't this shit, or use Faraday cage or some kind of wallet. So they won't be tracking you because you are feeding this demonic Luciferian system. You think, oh, it's just me. Said it, let's say, a few billion people, right? Don't give them your autonomy. Don't give them power. Don't give them knowledge about yourself because you are feeding the beast with all this knowledge. So starve it to death. Don't pay taxes. You have the way. You can reject it because it's by coercion. Look into those how do not pay taxes legally in the USA or any different country. You have the way to do it. Just look into those things. There are plenty. I can give you multiple names. People speaking about the maritime law, admiralty law, law of the sea, legality system, so-called legality system, legality language, because words have fucking meaning, right? We have to learn it. Right. Because I'm going again on a tangent, right? Let's go back to the...
And no one can blame me for that one.
Yeah. I like sometimes tangents, you know. But I was trying to speak slowly so everyone would understand me. Hopefully I wasn't speaking too fast. But let me know. Because I was kind of pushing myself to slow down a bit.
You're pushing yourself to slow down. That's funny.
Yes. Because I like to speak fast, you know. That's who I am, right? Words have fucking meaning.
Right.
That's true. That's true statement. No one can disagree with it. Because if the words wouldn't have meaning, you wouldn't be able to have conversation, meaningful conversation, right?
You have 13 minutes.
Perfect. Let's go further, right?
13.
So we go to the Archangels and Angels, and we can stop on this, and then we can pick up next time the second part, right? Right. So now let's go to the Archangels. So mainly Archangels are called chief messengers, right? Because they are messengers and chief messengers. Archangels is a chief messenger, and angel just messenger, right? And archangels are the ones who to handle the most important, the most significant communication, and mainly their role is to lead in the spiritual warfare, right? They are fighting on the ground, let's say. They are delivering major divine messages. So they are the ones who are responsible for it. They act as a messengers for major divine events. Like, for example, it was Michael, it was Gabriel, it was Raphael, right? Those three as archangels, right? We can call, and they're being called archangels, being called special messengers, right? They carry God's most important, life-changing, life-altering messages to the humanity, mankind, yeah. And the humanity, mankind are not the same, because man is from God, human is a description from the devil. I was speaking about this before, so anyway. For example, they can provide messages as an annunciation, like it was Gabriel, for example, right? They are leaders, and they are leading mainly in the spiritual battles, different battles, right? Happening all the time around us on daily basis. What else about them? Mainly they serve kind of like captains of the God's army. For example, particularly Saint Michael, right? He was leading the fight against Satan and fallen angels, right? He was the one who took the lead of it. Excuse me. They are the protectors of humanity. They protect humanity, right? And mainly they serve as a very high-level protectors of the faithful. That's why when you when you pray, you strengthen this power. You ask, there is even prayer, right? So to protect me against the evil one, right? Miss Coco Jones, yeah. Yeah. They are as well helping to defend. They are defending against the spiritual dangers and spiritual things, bad things, right? They're helping with those, but mainly the ones which they exceed, go above the possibility and capability of the specific individual guardian angel, right? That's like a normal angel, right? They are responsible. They are responsible for the healing and comforting. What was there else? I know there was something about healing. Right. So they are responsible for the performing tasks of huge magnitude of the profound healing for both, for the body and for the soul. And it was demonstrated in the Book of Tobit. Was it Gabriel or Raphael? Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to check it. I can't remember. Yeah. All right. Yes, it was Raphael in the Book of Tobit. Right. It was a perfect example of it. Okay. I will speak about Tobit because I want to show you a small detail. It was pretty interesting for me. Name, right? Tobit. Name means Tobit, Tobaith, right? I will give you that because I need to find it exactly. I have it somewhere in my notes. Give me a second. Give me a second. Back in a second.
Well, you got 8 minutes left, bro. Secret agent man, secret.
Right, I found it. Look at this. Name, Tobaith, Tovi Yah. Yah is good. Goodness of Yah. And means Yah heals. Medicine of Yah. Right? That's what it exactly means. Nice detail, isn't it? It's like all with the God's name, Yah, right? Yeah.
I want some of that archangel medicine.
Yeah. They are helping, healing humanity spiritually and physically, right? So they are the ones responsible because sometimes, for example, doctors say, "Oh, this person has a 4-stage cancer stadium, right? Whatever," and now this person is healed. How it happened? It's miracle, right? They can't explain it. They don't have an explanation, but happens, right? So I think prayer helps a lot, right? Definitely, from my perspective. What was that? Angel was sent to heal. It's about the Tobit, about this event, right? The Book of Tobit, Raphael. This angel was sent. I don't know. Yeah.
Are you still there? What happened? Did we lose him? What is going on? You still there, JK? JK? No! No! I don't know what happened. He's not muted. And we're coming up on the very end of the show, everyone. Or did I go down? Nope. He just dropped out. See if he pops back in. We lost him. We lost him. I tried to warn him that there was an assassin. Assassin! I heard it in his homestead. He didn't believe me. He thought it was just a flatmate. I believe it was an assassin. Just joking. He's going to be back. It'll be fine. I am still here. Some of you may be disappointed about that. Because you want the secret Asian man. Secret Asian man when he sits on his balls. The secret Asian man.
All right. I just lost connection to internet. Sorry about that.
I told you, man. It was an assassin. They're trying to take you out. You're getting all these important calls and shit. And then somebody came in.
I was started speaking about the Asmodeus and disappeared.
Damn.
You know? Whoa,
one of these fallen angels took you down.
Tell me about the freaking taking down, right? Oh man. So I don't know what you've heard. I was speaking about the Asmodeus, Asmodian, right? All those names. It's all one the same entity. Did you hear it before when I said it, or you missed it?
That might have been going on. Yeah, let's roll.
All right, right. So it's going.
We got 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Right. Go eat some din-din.
Yeah. Very soon. Right. Okay. Let's go back to the roles. This level exactly oversees lesser angels, right? They rule over the lower angels, which they are guardian angels, and of course they rule angels, number angels, messengers, right? They're managing the messengers who work closely in our surrounding with the individual people. And now we go to the angels, which is the lowest rank in all those 9 ranks. So we had the angels and the guardian angels. So that's the lowest order. Angels are the lowest order and closest to human. They're interacting directly with us, with the individuals through their lives, right? Through our lives. It's let's say individual guardianship. They are assigned to every human being from birth until death to guide and protect them.
We all have an archangel.
Guardian angel, not archangel. Guardian angel. Everyone.
Guardian.
Yes, guardian angel. Yes. So now,
they could make a sequel to Guardians of the Galaxy and just call it Guardians of the Galaxy.
Nice connection, yeah. But now let's think about something. Remember, before we were speaking about the 1/3 of celestial bodies, stars, fallen angels, fallen to the earth, right?
Right.
So now, if you think, let's say I believe there is 8 billion of people on earth, right? And a lot of people died already, right? Thank you, I appreciate that. And a lot of people already died in history, right? Because we know it.
Yeah.
So now imagine if 1/3, I don't know, 12 billions came to earth. So they are literally all everywhere amongst us. Those fallen angels, they're freaking everywhere.
It freaks me out, man. It's like parasites.
Yeah. Plenty. Just the sheer numbers, right? 1/3 of all angels from the history, because everyone has assigned guardian angel, right? Plenty, literally plenty, right? Okay, let's go back. But I finished. I always fucking go with different topics. Yeah. What Arabic? What do you mean?
She thought
not Arabic. No.
She thought you were Arabic at the beginning.
Yes, they are legion, but those are legion are demons, not fallen angels. Demons are disembodied Nephilim, so that's why they possess bodies, because demons want to go back to their bodies, and demon is disembodied Nephilim. That's why they possess people. That's their main agenda, because they want to feel the body. They want to go back to what they had before, but they cannot. Right. Yeah, all right. Mainly the guardian angels, right? Their primary duty is to direct, help, and shepherd people, individuals toward light of salvation. They are praying to God for them constantly, right? And then, of course, the message is going from the bottom up through the layers of angels to God, right? They delivering personal messages. They delivering messages to the individuals. Angels, right? They act as a messengers because angel means messenger, right? They bring personal help, personal, what's the word for it? Encouragement. That's the proper word. They bring insights. They bring warnings from God to the individual soul, not the person, to the soul. They are the ones who are responsible for recording our deeds. So they make a book of it, right? And there's as well different book. There's Book of Life, right? You can be in it or you can be out of it, right?
They actually keep track of everything that we do.
Yes. Yeah, that's their responsibility. So that's why when people go to heaven, right, God knows everything. I don't know, God, I think, can see everything, but then it's all recorded. So we know that the God know, and He's judging us correctly, and then we know we deserve what's going to us. We deserve heaven or we deserve hell. There's no question about it, because we see everything through the kind of God's eye, right? God's eyes. Scary, right?
Yeah, those internet booty beads, they might come back to bite me there at that early gate.
So to get deeper into it, right? Because as mentioned, they record our deeds, right? But they record our words and thoughts even, so they know what we are thinking, right? That's why sometimes Bible says that even if you look with the lust at woman, you already sin in your heart, even if you didn't do a physical thing, right? So yeah, and all those things, right, which are then brought to the light on the day of judgment, right? They interceding and defending, they're helping mainly. They protect humans from the physical and the spiritual harm. But of course, sometimes God allows it, right, to this spiritual harm, because God will never allow us to go something which He knows we are not able to deal with. He will only give us as much as we can deal with, right? What else? Mainly they connect and intercede with the higher angels to help and to secure the one needed, the one necessary help, aid for their charge. They, of course, they acting as a individual guardian angels, right? Because I mentioned this before. Mainly their job is to actually do the, let's say, footwork, grunt work, yeah, with us. I think it's worth to mention that as well, that the guardian angels are even lower than angels, which is kind of interesting, right? Because guardian is really at the very, very bottom. You would think that the guardian angel is like, oh, sounds great, right? But no, guardian angel is lower than common angel, right?
Right, also known as the guardian angel in English.
Yeah. guardian angel or guardian angel.
There you go.
Oh, it will stick with me, guardian angel, right? I will try to remember. Right, I nearly finished, with this topic, so we can extend a couple minutes. And there are some exceptions, right? I was talking about this before. I mentioned about this before. In some apocryphal texts, the highest angels, like let's say Michael or Gabriel, are shown as having the authority of both cherubim and the status of archangels, right? I remember speaking about this before. So even if they are different layer, they have still status of the highest cherubim, right? Right, and they have both archangel and cherubim. Some of the theological studies, right, suggest because arch means chief, sorry. As for example, Michael or Gabriel, he acts as the leader, but this is a specific role rather than making him a seraphim or cherubim, right? In this case, I can't really say how it's one or another. It's just deeper knowledge, and I didn't get as deep in this research. Probably there will be some contradictions between people opinions. I don't know what to make out of it. It's just too deep for me. I'm not as deep in the Bible. It's just really next level knowledge. If you have extra knowledge in this matter, please bring it, and I will gladly listen. I just don't know. I say openly, I don't know how it goes. In this case, I'm just not sure. I can't make up my mind about it. Yeah. I need to speak about exceptions because I assume some people could have questions related to the, let's say, inquiry, how archangels fit into the picture, right?
Right, and that's exactly where you're going to put in your notes that you ended on, because you are already over your time limit, sir. I gave you 5.5 minutes extra, and here you are trying to tie on even more, which is the JK way.
Give me 3 more minutes.
I am not giving you 3 more minutes. I need you to make a note in there.
All right.
Because I need to get going, man. I gave you some grace, and
all right. Okay, I make a note.
Okay, make a note.
Right.
Say goodbye to the people. Christy,
just remind me next time.
Have to search that area, and I'm not sure if there's any recommendations. I would just look and see what works best for you. But yep, that's what you need for the Rainbow City in Alabama coming up here on Friday. Sir, it was a pleasure.
Likewise, I always like being featured on your channel, and I'm always glad you give me a platform to provide some time for my rambling, and I hope people like it.
Yeah, no, people appreciate you, brother, and I do too. And there will be a part 2 to this in 2 weeks. So next week will be Biscuits and I, and then the following week will be JK, part 2 of the angels hierarchy, and also talking about the Holy Trinity. And this has been great. But we appreciate you all. And you heard where we left off, the exceptions.
That's one thing at the end for the people, right? Not today said, say fucking no. Don't fucking comply, just say fucking no. That's for you.
Important. Miss Coco Jones, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate you, all of you.
Heather and Rebecca, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Christy, yeah, check out the hotels there in Alabama. It's going to be a great time, and no problem. And you can find that in the post section on my YouTube if you need any more clarification. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Ridge, and love you all. God bless. Catch you on the next one. Peace.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Good night.